fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi. Another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is no one so far has been able to identify where this street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetied.avi. 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound.
With stuff like this, you have to assume that people have recreated these, right?
I mean, probably. That one actually kind of... mannequins are always kind of like a... I don't like them, you know?
So creepy.
So the idea
so
of
creepy.
like, it just cuts to them around the camera, and that's it for 5 minutes. That's not fun.
In complete silence, yeah. Kind of imagine like a... just like the gain of the camera mic just kind of playing, so it's just like weird little slight crackles and pops, almost like that's what that
you can hear. Maybe like the fluorescent lights buzzing or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost imitates these kind of like weird pickups and feedbacks, almost read like little bits of fire, like fire crackling or something. It's very menacing.
Yeah. Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance on a DDR mat in what looks like... I'm sorry, Hunter, is something funny?
Yeah.
Is there something you want to bring up?
Well, the structure of that, a 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance.
The phrase, the word attempting is pretty funny. Like
they're literally, it's just the word putting attempting in there that makes it very funny and tragic.
What's funny about a disability, Hunter?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, okay,
nothing,
that's
sorry.
In what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly.
That became a lot less funny at the end of the...
Yeah, you want to talk about how funny that was, Hunter? Talk about how funny that was?
No.
That's good. That one does kind of amp it up to me, because you imagine whoever's running this site has some sick game or like motive behind this, right? But to hear like that, to me, it's always scary when people or creatures or something like that exhibit rage, you know, because we're used to seeing like, you know, kind of like this dulcet, like, you know, watcher, wanderer, you know, character. Like we see a bunch of stuff about serial killers being these stoic figures that stalk people or whatever. But the idea of like something full of anger, you know, like it, I don't know, it always bothers me a bit.
I mean, we've officially entered into snuff film territory, is what what I think it is. Like, I mean, it's literal torture now. So
yeah, well, wait for this last one.
I mean,
Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mat. Do we need to censor that word? Y'all know what I mean. On a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed in other videos, but now it's open. In this video, the only light is in the room and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered, which was useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee. Its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. It seemed to be starved and abused, with several wounds along its shoulders and back. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment, may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages, never got a response. I've tried to discuss this website on various places and I got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normal corn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all of the videos from normal corn for normalpeople.com get deleted after a while. So, what do you think?
Man, that's the end. First off, is that at the end?
So as far as I know, yes, that is the end of the story. As far as I know, there's no sequels or anything.
I think it's especially 12 years ago. What an interesting. I mean, like there has to be no way that like 1999 isn't influenced by this kind of thing, or even that this story isn't influenced by the Poughkeepsie tapes in some kind of way, is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean they're very similar. Yeah. But also keep in mind, like 2012, snuff films and like the dark web, stuff like that was everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone talked about it. Everyone had a story about it. That was the thing to make horror stories around.
The amount of times that my friends told me about videos they saw in like, even just like in passing at school, like, hey, I just saw a video about this, or, you know, X, Y, or Z, or whatever. It was insane back in those times. Mm-hmm. So I think like, I don't know. I mean, like, man, what a just I really liked how they played with all the vignettes, and I liked how subtle and sweet it was. Like I really kind of like how short and sweet it was. Actually, that's one thing I feel like I'm liking a lot more about a lot of the early creepypastas is how short and just to the point. I know we've driven in this point many times.
They just like dive straight into it. No time to wait around. No time to slow.
But because of that, it uses the archetype of an online forum in a very effective way, where it just feels like a post. You know what I mean? And I do feel like people expanded on storytelling later on, but I do feel like right now, if I read this when I was younger, I'd be like, this is 100% real.
I think I read it, I don't know, it was maybe 13, 14. And I went into it. I think I listened to it actually through like one of the creepypasta YouTube channels. So I went in under the assumption like this is fake. But I remember a bunch of people being like, is this real? You know, did this actually happen? I think I might have actually sent it to a friend and been like, dude, this actually happened, who like wasn't familiar with it. Or I used to do that a lot.
Yeah.
I used to send friends stuff and be like, this is real, knowing it was fake. But yeah,
there's a bunch of friends of mine say that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, just like weird stuff. Like, there's no, this happened. You know what I mean?
Bro, this is so real. Also, I was the chimp. Actually, it happened. It's real. I was there.
I was, honestly really creeped out about a blind shaved chimpanzee that they've just painted red. Also,
that's a terrifying image.
It's a terrifying image just because, I mean, like raw power, like, I mean, just like it's a rabid animal kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I think that, just chimp attacks obviously are just especially ever since like Travis the Chimp, it's just haunted me forever. I remember seeing that Oprah interview with the survivor of the Travis the Chimp attack.
That was a pretty heavy thing to just throw out there onto the news, you know, when all that was happening.
It scarred me forever. I have never forgot about that, especially when Oprah stands up and takes her hat off of her head and like reveals her face. It's unbelievable. So, you know, and I know that like Jordan Peele included the chimp attack in Nope, and that was a big part of it as well. One thing I will say about the last video, I actually thought it was going to be a lot more graphic in that nature, and was surprised that it didn't go into that direction. But I think like even just ending the story on a chimp attack thing and just being like, now if you ever upload videos there, it's just, there's just so much mystique still. it's kind of like that idea that like the person is still out there doing stuff, but you can't. It's like when the killer gets away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It has that kind of vibe, except it's just like, oh, living on the like existing in the vibe of just like the guy who was maintaining this website is still out there, and you just have no idea. Is very haunting.
It's like an unobtainable antagonist almost, right? Because like, how do you even start to try to find the person that did that, right? It's just kind of there's some stories that are just kind of about the passing evil in the world, right? Like there goes a glimpse of what's happening behind the curtain, but it's intangible. You're never going to catch a ghost. They're very menacing.
Next up, we have Been Drowned.
Been Drowned. Here we go.
People in the comments and just across social media have been scolding me, saying, "How have you never heard of this? What am I supposed to say? You know, I have never heard of it. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I've never heard of it. But now today we will finally rejoice. We'll become one."
Yeah, so I don't remember all the details of Been Drowned. I remember the big ones, like without giving anything away. I remember like the save files and some of the conversations and stuff like that. I don't think I remember how it ends. So I'm excited to look at this. I will say also, someone who like was familiar with Normal Corn and stuff, I'm glad it still holds up. Like I said, I read it when I was younger and it scared me. Like it was good. But looking back now, I think it's kind of similar to Borrasco. Like the nuance of it bothers me more now than it did then. So it definitely holds up.
Yeah. Well, I'm stoked. Let's get into it. Right. Which looks like this. It looks like the first post. It's broken up into a series of posts here. Mm-hmm. And the first post was uploaded, or at least is dated September 7th, 2010.
Yep. And this, again, most of our information comes from Creepypasta, the Creepypasta Wiki, because that seems most reliable. The story was created by Alex Hall, who goes online as, or did at one point as Jaduzable, whatever that means.
Jaduzable.
And of course is about a haunted version of Majora's Mask. Did you ever play Majora's Mask?
No, but my friend had the Nintendo 64 game. I remember the gold cartridge very well.
Yeah, it's a very strange game. You know, like in hindsight, a lot of the aesthetics were kind of weird. The choices, and for a kid's game at least, like, you know, I
remember like watching him play it with the moon. Or smiling
giant,
or whatever.
Giant
very
smiling
creepy.
moon. Yeah. So, post number 1, September 7th, 2010. Okay, X. You'll never guess where this was originally posted. Okay, X. I need your help with this. This is not copy pasta. This is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it, but something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for a lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have even thought of approaching this man.
What would you say this old man looks like? When he says that, what would you say? My mind immediately goes to a Vietnam War veteran. I don't know why.
I kind of go the other way a bit. I almost imagine he's too clean cut, you know, like glasses, trousers, you know, like very...
Oh, yeah. Hello. Well, this is my garage sale.
Kind of like he's like a character out of a show or something, you know? Like,
would
he's
you like to
too
browse my
manicured.
goods? Yeah, I like that. Like his hair is like super thin.
Yeah.
You can see the top of his scalp.
Yep.
And he combs it over and he's just like, would you like to buy a lamp?
Yeah, that guy.
Because that would creep me out. If I went to a garage sale and it was just one old man with a table and he's just like, what do you think of this? And it's like a butterfly collection. You're like, you're a fucking psychopath, you old freak. I haven't seen my grandson in a long time.
You kind of look like him. You smell like him too.
Just like him, and you smell like lavender.
Let me touch you.
I want to caress your cheeks and pinch your cheek just like my grandson. He died in a drowning accident when he was 7 years old.
Why did you say drowning accident just then?
Ben drowned.
Okay, all right. I forgot that was the title of the story because
That's the title of the deal. Ben drowned.
I forgot that was the title of this story because this story does go to a drowning being related, and I was like, there is no way you just pulled that out of the air.
You had such a fucking Poindexter point there. You're just like,
how did you know that? Actually, how did you know that was gonna happen?
like the title says Ben drowned.
Oh, okay.
He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. And immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, try not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. Glazed over is a wild way to say cataracts. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage.
I hate that. I hate when old people use the word jiffy.
Is that a reoccurring problem for you?
There's been many times with my grandpa. I'd go to see his friends and he'd be like, I'll be right back in a jiffy. That's what they say. And they scuttle off because old people are bugs. They're a waste of space. They deserve to die.
Kind of like how you feel about our fans.
No.
Exactly how you feel about our fans. Yep.
You know what?
You can get money from the fans.
No. You know what's cute is you think that these fans are going to turn against me when they know that Papa Mead is the real champion of the fans. I'm a man of the people, dude.
You think if we had a poll that was which one of the two Creepcast hosts cares about us more, you think you would win that?
No, I don't think I'd win because I think you're the more popular host for sure. But I think that in people's body and mind, they know. And people know deep down, even if they won't admit it now. They're going to be 40 years old. There's going to be some Creepcast fan who's I don't know how old our fans are. Hopefully like 20. I don't know how old people are. Would sit there and when they're 40, they're like, you know what? Hunter really was the champion, wasn't he? And my fucking spirit's going to haunt him. And I'm going to say, yes.
That's a cute little fantasy you've constructed for yourself. I'm going to go back to the story now.
Never ending story.
As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. They weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit I jumped out of reflex and I laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free. That used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird.
What?
What?
What a weird fucking thing. What do you mean, what? The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. Could what like your grandson? What does that mean? The child doesn't live here anymore.
He opened by saying he went to a weird neighborhood, so I assume he means the neighborhood.
That makes it even worse. That makes it so much.
An old boy used to come play this game in my basement.
Well, it doesn't mean that he. Okay, that
he
means
doesn't
no. You're doing the
did
thing.
he move?
You're doing the thing.
Did he move?
Look, I'm
Did he
sorry.
move?
No. He doesn't live here anymore.
I'm sorry about Baraska, okay? I know that you have this knee-jerk reaction whenever kids come into stories now because of all that. I get it. But just because you have an old man who's like, oh, well, I came across this cartridge, and yeah, it belonged to some kid who lived around here. I don't really need it. You can have it. It is not infeasible. Kid moves away. Parents start giving his stuff away. Old man buys like a trunk of clothes or whatever, who knows what. And oh, look, there's a game cartridge in there.
I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh so hard, Isaiah. I'm going to rafflecopter, as the kids say. The day that you were like, hey, I can't record today because someone harvested my organs because you're so fucking naive. You're going to let someone come in and cut up all your gutty works and take it.
Yeah, sorry, I can't. Someone took my spleen,
is what you're going to say. And I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy was just following me, but it seemed normal.
That's you. That is such a cryptic message that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age who didn't live here anymore. What is that even? Did he live in the house? Then why just be like, hey, it's my grand, because listen, you can do this in a different way where the guy's like, hey, my grandkid used to play games here, right? But no, this old creepy fuck is like, and then it was low. The kid doesn't live anymore, but if you want it, you can have it. I don't know. I'm an old man. Doesn't make any sense, dude. Go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead. Let's see where it goes. No, I bet the old guy's fine. I bet he's a perfectly normal guy.
He could rationalize it in his mind. Our protagonist could rationalize the interaction as just like a weird way to phrase some kid that lived down the street. The next sentence, he says that he phrased it weirdly, but it's not the old man going, it's the kid I had in my basement. It's just like, oh, a kid lived around here. And that's enough nuance that your brain could be like, oh, that's a weird way to say it.
I love that the literal next sentence is there was something weird about the way the
yes, clearly there's something weird about it, but that's not immediately like, I capture children.
Okay. All right.
Can I go back to the story?
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear what happens next.
There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimism inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying,
"Goodbye, then."
At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine. And there was one save file named simply Ben. Goodbye, Ben. He was saying, goodbye, Ben. I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. The whole idea too about being like, goodbye, Ben, and then feeling like you like, do you think that the person that's writing the story too, do you think that he's saying like, oh, I probably took, like this old man was like, oh, of course this is yours because you were Ben. So now he feels like he stole it in a way.
Wait, what do you mean,
know what I mean?
Yours? Like it was the old man's?
Like, because he thought he's like, goodbye then, and he's like, oh, okay, sure, and he got the game cartridge for super cheap, right?
Yeah.
So he goes back and sees the goodbye Ben thing, or he sees the Ben and he's like, oh, he said goodbye Ben. So now the guy, I'm wondering if our narrator is like, oh fuck, well I just like probably borderline stole this cartridge from this guy because he thought
there's
that it was,
also a level of like an old man, because he says a grandparent, right? He's like, oh, I assume this was his granddad. Like, that's kind of sad. Maybe he just wanted rid of it, you know, and he passed it off to me. That was more symbolic for him than anything, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, even him being senile. I mean, I don't know. So it's just like old brain rot type stuff.
Yeah, he has sympathy for him, I think.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood.
You know, there's something kind of interesting too. You ever like go to a buddy's house, or you ever get buy a used game or something, or like a used memory card, and you see all the saved games, and there is like a weird kind of like, I guess not nostalgia, but there's something that's just like you're kind of taking over somebody else's life on that system. You know what I mean? You know how weird that is?
I remember being a kid and like we would go to, I think it was a GameStop or like one of those local GameStops, whatever.
Right.
And they were selling, it was like a basket of old PS2 memory cards that are used.
Yeah.
And I remember being man, that's there's something kind of haunting about that. Like it'd be cool theoretically to grab one and be like, oh, let's see what's on here, you know, but.
Well, you know what's weird is I always used to get freaked out because I don't know if people feel the same or if you feel the same, but whenever I did the same thing with like PS2 memory cards, and they'd have like a little basket, and it's like they're all just like a set price, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my whole thing was I always got hung up in the idea that like, oh, I'm gonna get some memory card of like a guy who was super shitty. Like a guy that I like there was a kid in my school who was such a dickhead about video games, and I was always like, I almost every time I got a used memory card, I was always like, God, I hope it's not this guy's memory card. It was like some kind of weird ownership aspect. I don't know. It was such a weird thing, but I got hung up about it.
Man, I'm looking at pictures. I was like, how big was that memory card I have? I looked up the picture of the one I have, 8 megabytes, and it felt like it held so much, you know? Anyway, for such a shady looking game cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there. Like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out though after a while, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway, hoping that would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't know, you can Google it, but the gist is that right as the clock is about to hit 0 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Decided to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple. I happened to get it right on the first try and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen.
You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation.
I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigate the room again, testing to see if that was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was to even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase.
Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes? No.
I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react, when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes and the screen faded to white, with the words, Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext, all eyes beneath it, or at least all lines. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I had ever experienced. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I am normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all of the inhabitants were gone. Usually, with the fourth day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time, they were all gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point, I wasn't even considered for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up so as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. And the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then, I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was just hearing things, just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken, hopelessly broken. As the reverse Song of Healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was a combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape. I did not want to be here. Every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say,
"Your notes echo far, but nothing happens."
By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link, me, with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. Are you familiar with what these things look like, by the way?
I feel like very, like, I wouldn't say I'm definitely an expert, but I feel like the only thing I truly remember, if I'm being honest, is just the mask on the cover of the game and the smile of the moon. But I'm just getting pictures, like I'm kind of painting pictures of myself that are, or like to myself that are, you know, like just variants of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do remember, I think like the South Clocktown, like I feel like I remember that pretty well.
Yeah.
And honestly, I love the world building of this too, because it kind of feels like so far, if I had to guess anything, just because we're at a preamble here, is it feels like it's like possibly the ghost of a child or some kind of kid like haunting this game or is stuck in this game and is maybe looking for somebody to like take his place in the game or something, or you know, that kind of vibe. But I love the idea of, because I feel like everyone has been there, right? Or at least me when I was younger. I used to play
been
like
trapped inside of a game. Am I right, boys?
Or even like the idea, I guess more so I meant like, you know what I mean, when you're like transfixed and you're scared playing a game, but you don't want to turn it off, but it's like you also don't want to proceed forward in a weird way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember I had Quake on Nintendo 64. And I remember I was so scared playing that game. I was so fascinated by it, but it was so haunting. I would like yell for my mom. I'm like, Mom, come here and watch me play this. Whatever. But I was just horrified the whole time. It's kind of one of those things. So it's like to be trapped in this, to be actually transfixed in this, but then also to have the game be altered in this way where you're like, I feel like I cannot even like lose grip of the controller is just a really interesting archetype.
Yeah, it's also like, it's a weird area of gaming where like, you know, everyone's experience was personal. You know, online play wasn't a huge thing yet or whatever. You could kind of, like, not that it happened to you, but you could see this situation playing out in your head, you know? Because nowadays, if this started, you just be like, hey, Reddit, what happened? How do I fix this glitch?
Yeah. There's like really no exploration to it.
Yeah.
There's also something interesting of like owning someone else's game cartridge or something that's like theirs. You know what I mean? It's almost like buying a house to somebody who died or something. The same way that also whenever you delete someone's save file, it's almost like you're deleting their memory or their soul off of this thing. And that's just, it's so like, I don't know, cheesy, but I also love that idea of just like a horror concept.
Yeah. I think so. This is better than I remember so far.
Yeah, I'm curious. I really don't know really where it's going to go, so I'm curious.
We shall continue on. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out and back into South Clocktown, and to my horror, the statue followed me in the only way I can compare is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to say it, haunting me.
The statue, can you explain a little bit why, like what that looks like?
Yeah, it's a statue of Link that looks like Link, but made out of clay, almost. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics. But not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why I was so wrapped up in it. Terror felt also real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I had never seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one. And as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again, this time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly in a sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed, and the scream faded to black as dawn of a new day and the line title card appeared again. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head, but the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly, that mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid, and it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying,
"That won't do you any good, hee hee."
And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, the faint sounds of the reverse song of healing could be heard. My third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, that all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time, Link was lying on the ground, dead, in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do is just stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message,
"You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the Clock Tower rooftop scene of my Link dead and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kids laughing looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added below Your Turn, entitled Bin. Bin's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too messed up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone, only to find that there's a for sale sign in the front yard, and when I rang the door, no one was home. So now I'm back here writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I relived it a second time writing this all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye, and that there's something calling me to investigate this further. I think Bin is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, I feel like, but next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you can see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the Elegy statue, but it's on YouTube here. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light into this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little messed up. But maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker or programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of the copy paste. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had and that other people have gotten gag or hacked copies of the game like this. This just really scares me.
End of post 1. I really like that there really is a little video file too that you can watch.
Oh yeah,
there.
the whole thing I think is recorded, all the big story moments.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Just kind of like very whimsical, very ethereal. Did you picture this whenever he was reading the story? Did you picture that? Do you still picture a guy who is just sitting there watching the game, or do you feel like he is totally submersed in, like, he is completely like in the, not like in the game, but like his perception is like he's no longer just a guy holding a controller.
I don't think he literally got pulled into the game or anything. But I think that, yeah, I mean, you've been there, like, you know, you're playing a game like late at night or whatever, and you're like zoned in, and then you kind of like snap out of it a bit, you know. I think he's in that kind of state, like where the things happening to Link actually scare him. But then it's like terrifyingly broken by these fourth wall moments where like the thing in the game looks directly at him or whatever.
Well, it also feels like the only reason I was wondering, because I agree, I don't think he's literally in the game, but I do think I'm wondering how much of like his psyche or whatever is getting sucked into it to where it's like he's in a trance almost or something.
Yeah.
To where now it's like you're kind of like stuck in this hell loop. You know what I mean? He's kind of hearing the same songs going backwards or whatever. It's just kind of interesting, and to especially be in such like a familiar world as something like a Zelda game or something feels kind of interesting.
Are you ready for post 2?
Post 2.
Post 2.
September 8th, so literally the next day.
Yep. I'm going to post what happened and link the video footage, but last night everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread. But last night, the Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around, that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. But the important thing is, I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up to that neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing the grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered that this old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question, one that I should have asked from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago, on April the 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else.
If you were him as well and you went back to the area to get some answers from the old man and the house is for sale, what would be your initial reaction to that?
If I had a haunted copy of a game and I thought the ghost of a child was stalking me because of this old man, I think I would kill him. I think I would.
Well, yeah, I would definitely want to kill him.
You want to wish this demon on me, huh?
But do you believe right now that he thinks that the game is haunted?
I think he's putting it together.
By this point in the story?
Because that's what he says at the end of part 1, where he says, I hope he was a really good hacker programmer because of the alternative. Now he's just figured out that Ben is the name of a boy that died, not a kid who got really good at programming, right?
Right. Right. I was curious because I was just like, if you went back, I was trying to put myself in those shoes of just being like, because you can kind of justify it where it's like, oh, well, he had the garage sale. He's probably selling some stuff before he was going to move. But it would still just be one of those things that would just be like, this is turning into a very series of like, I don't know, horrifying things that keep kind of like a domino effect almost or something.
Yeah. Oh no, I would definitely blame the old dude.
Oh, 100%.
His initial reaction is like, well, maybe it was like his grandkid or something, and that makes sense. But now it absolutely doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you've thrown all of that out the window pretty much.
Yeah. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It was something much more higher pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but just like 2 nights ago, the files "Your Turn" and "Bin" were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the bin file earlier. It seems to fluctuate between displaying the OWL save and not. I brought up the bin file, hesitated for a moment, noticing that the stats were not the same as they originally were 2 days ago. It seemed like he had already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. So it seems like since it started, the save file has progressed somewhat.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, oh, now he's even further along. How the hell did that
There's something
happen?
alive in there progressing, yeah.
Yeah.
Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside Stone Temple Tower, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Temple Tower, but rather ST space O space N space E. And immediately, a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me.
Do you read that as Saint 1?
Oh, it could be. No, yeah, I didn't think of it that way. But
I'm just thinking out loud because for people it's ST, no spaces, and then space O space N space E. So it kind of reads like Saint 1. I don't know.
Yeah, or at least the 1 is supposed to be like emboldened out of it. But yeah, it could be.
Right.
Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed I had a C button item I had never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature. And there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut into the Dawn of a New Day screen, except this time it was without the line subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tattle would say,
What just happened? It's as if everything has...
but instead of saying, started over, she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the happy mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a screwed up camera angle. I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went into the door. There, I was greeted by the happy mask salesman who simply told me,
"You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
before the screen widened out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well not have been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There were no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman's theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. As I approached, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now, I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop, Same with Epona, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue was doing what it has been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He too was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin, but wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of Clock Tower, pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and tried a song I hadn't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. Sky immediately started flashing, the Happy Mask Salesman's twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The three figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror it is. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see firsthand. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again as I was met with the text.
You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?
For the third time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of transforming into Azora, and now I find myself in Great Temple Bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach, where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed there. Suddenly, I realized that Epona kept neighing, and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Elegy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly, my Zora started doing a choking animation I'd never seen a Zora do before, which didn't even make sense because Zoras can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died. And again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save files had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now, it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 o'clock town. The two save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taunts me with these new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further. But I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal, but I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to screw with it anymore.
End of post 2. So do you think that Ben here is, how do you read this? Do you read it as a threat, or do you read it as Ben reaching out for help?
I think Ben's trying to tell him something, is the vibe I get. Maybe not help. Maybe if it's something as simple as a kid trying to communicate with the outside world, right? Like he's stuck in the game or something like that. His ghost is stuck in it. So if Ben is that statue or is represented by that statue and he's following him around, there's something haunting about the statue out in the ocean, you know, like the same place he drowned, or like representative of it. That's like pretty brutal.
It feels like a digital map of something that maybe happened in real life or something, like a recreation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you find his presence threatening, or do you find it threatening or not threatening? I guess just to make it easy.
I don't find Ben threatening. I find the mask salesman threatening.
Yeah. No,
I think he is the entity who is pulling the strings, and Ben's a victim in it.
I find the game, I find like the mass salesman kind of vibe, or just the game in general threatening, but I don't find like it's odd. I don't find the statue necessary, which obviously the statue I believe is supposed to represent Ben.
Yeah.
But I don't find that as threatening as the salesman, or even just the game as a whole, contorting around and stuff. It feels like a trap, almost like a bear trap.
Yeah. I think that's accurate. And like he's kind of parading Ben around as like his last victim, right? I
think so. I mean, that's at least what it thinks like. And it feels like, especially because he's a statue, it's like he's a statue. It's like the game's version of like a ghost or something too. Like it's like a haunting. Oh, it's indicative of like a statue you'd find in like a cemetery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like, okay, so the 3 save files together is Ben drowned, your turn, right? So the haunted mask salesman is kind of collecting souls almost, or like victims in the game, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, even the sentence of the files coming together, Ben drowned, now it's your turn.
Yeah.
Like it's like he is coming to, it's almost as if every time that this guy goes on and plays this game, it's almost like the ritual is becoming more and more complete.
Yeah, I agree. This is
like a seance or something.
Pretty good so far. I'm liking it.
I feel like I don't know, I enjoy it. I feel like it's an interesting thing. It also feels very catered. Like, do you find that, because you said you don't really know this game super well, do you think with him saying such specific landscapes and names, do you think that's distracting, or do you?
I can picture it in my head. If I played the game, I think I'd appreciate it more. But I mean, I can put it together.
I feel like if you're a diehard of this game, I feel like
you can just go to the video and just see exactly what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes it more helpful too.
Anyway, post 3, which is 2 days after post 2. I know it's early in the morning. I stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given, but I think that's what the game, or Ben, man, I can't even believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now, not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time, behind my back, just watching me. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me. But he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It talked to me for the first time. Not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me. Talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here at this school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget that statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't, but that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like seriously though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself. But every time I think about it, I'm not so sure.
I don't know. The game actually talking back to you, that would fuck me up.
Yeah, I would say it would. Just speaking to you.
Just sitting there thinking about it too, though. You're playing the entire time it's been text, and then all of a sudden it actually talks to you. I feel like I'd be like, well, I have gone officially too far. I'm fucked. That's immediately what I would think. Well, all right, I'm done.
I'm looking at the footage he posted. It's like full bore cutscenes and stuff.
I love all the inclusions of the videos, like just like the weird mods and stuff. Yeah. How fun. Okay. The music is inherently creepy in the game too, honestly.
He plays the song, the music's being played backwards, and then it cuts to black. And every time that he does anything, the text says you shouldn't have done that. Then he's in the Happy Mask shop. Shouldn't have done that. Game freezes, cuts to black. And I'm going to read the text that it says. It says first, Ben is getting lonely.
Ugh.
Then he's walking through a field to the tree. The statue appears behind him. It's just him and the statue in the field. Screen cut to the man. And then the text says, you will be given one last chance back to where it all began. Come play with us. Dawn of the final day. And then it goes back, cuts him back to the main screen. Yeah, that's terrifying. The game being like, you get one last chance, right?
What's I mean is I'm like, yeah, it's just like you get one last chance. And it's like, well, what am I doing wrong? I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. Especially like, yeah, it's just, it's super
the game
odd.
saying repeatedly too, you shouldn't have done that is so menacing.
You should have done that. And then to think too, now I'm in this place of sympathy even more for Ben, where it's like, we're just seeing our main protagonist go through it now. But then you just have to assume that Ben was going through the exact same thing in his neighborhood before. You know what I mean?
Before he drowned, yeah. Now, part 5. Or, wait, sorry, post 4, which was made 2 days after post 3. Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried about Jed Usable is okay. That's the guy who's writing the story, by the way, Jed Usable.
Right.
He finished moving out today and he said he's going back home. He's just taking the semester off. I'm not really sure what's happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm Jed Usable's roommate, and obviously I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends, and I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I need. I tried talking to him several times, but he would cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. It's like he was convinced something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book and he approached me, looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what has been going on, gave me the account info to his YouTube account, and told me that he's getting away from here, that it lured him to play it again instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eye and told me that he is never looking at that game again, and that's the last thing he said to me. Never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. Honestly, can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his screwed up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was footage of the game last night, a text document with his name and a password for YouTube, a third document called the truth.txt, containing what he told me were his notes that he'd taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, that I follow his instructions exactly. Normally, I wouldn't be so to the letter for a request over a video game, but the way he spoke and the way he looked made me know this was really serious, and I'm going to honor that. I've had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That, after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on, and even then, I'm really, really confused. This video I'm releasing tonight, the truth.txt, will be released on September 15th, just like you requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it out of respect to my friend. To answer your questions, no, I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay or not. He should have gotten back home by now. About the video. In this video, I cut straight to when he uploaded the bin file in the game. Looking back, I realized that JedUsable left the save select screen in because it said different names sometimes, so my bad for that. But all it said this time was the same as the end of his last video. Link and bin. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something. Because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then after that, I just think the game got too personal for him. And we have his footage. So I will click through the footage once again.
I kind of like the idea too that his roommate took over the post for it, or just kind of let you know what happened, and the guy couldn't even like keep preparing it.
Yeah.
Or like keep typing into it.
So he's playing the game normally. I think someone who's more familiar can tell me things specifically. Nothing horrifically wrong has happened yet, I don't think. Okay, here we go. First thing. A picture appears of the Ben statue or the elegy statue next to the masked salesman, and it says, keep this picture, yes or no. He selects no, and the screen starts shaking. Well, that's cool. There's always like broken text whenever he's talking to these creatures. And maybe if you went through and analyzed it, you could get more out of it. But it kind of looks like they're saying believing in your friend, believing in your friends and racing that belief by forgiving. This could also be text from the game. These feelings shaved, because I'm not familiar with the text of the game, happened. I think it is text from the game. It's just so broken up. But whenever it goes correctly, that's when, you know, it's the game speaking to him. Statue appears behind him once again. Camera pans over it. And then he's shoved. I think he just got teleported underwater. Oh, what is that? I don't like that. So after he fights that thing underwater, Link suddenly appears in front of a grave. Like not the statue, like his character appears in front of a grave. And it says on the front of the grave, the melody that summons the tears of angels rests here. After that, he goes to another grave that says, the soul of a brave soldier from Akana rests here. So he's reading the text on tombstones. He's very slowly walking and then gets kind of dragged over in front of one grave. And it says, a vessel that holds wandering spirits rests here. And then Link trips and falls. He clips through the floor and falls through the world in front of the grave. And then the text says, this is once again a black screen. The game speaking directly to him says, it'll be our little secret, okay? And you can hear the man laughing.
Weird.
He then comes to in an underground tunnel that the world's like twisted around. And then when he gets into like the interior of the temple, the Ben statue is there once again in the underground, literally underneath a graveyard, right? The Ben statue. And then screen goes black and says, you can't run. The screen comes to, and now Link is standing in line with the Ben statue in front of the salesman. And the audio is like backwards and weird and creepy, and I don't like it. I don't want to listen to it. The camera then pans around Link, and the text from the game speaking to our player says, please help me. And he gets thrown back to the start menu. So after that, he goes back into the game, and there are now two save files. One that says Link, and another that says Matt. So I'm guessing our author's name was Matt, and he did not do what he was supposed to with that final chance, probably. And now his save file's there.
So now it's almost like he's a part of the cycle now too, I imagine.
Yep. Then we have our final post.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's September 15th, which is 5 days after Jazubal. Is that how you're saying his name?
Jadusable or Jadusable or whatever.
Jadusable, whatever. So it's been 5 days since he posted, and I think this time, yeah, hey guys, Jadusable here. So now it's actually him posting and not his roommate.
Yep. This will be the last time you'll be hearing from me. And this is my final gift to you. These are the notes that I have taken and the realizations I made. Before I delve into this, I want to thank you for following me and thank you for listening. It feels like the weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By the time you read this, I won't be around anymore. But after spending 4 days with this maddening game, I've begun to understand what's really at play here. And hopefully after reading this, we can ensure that this never happens again. These are the things that I could not share with you while this was going on due to the circumstances to which I'll explain. With Ben blocking any attempt I made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried, ever so subtly, to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos and my delirium, I devised to make a barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I have either had the Mask of Truth, interacted with a Gossip Stone, or the Lens of Truth equipped at some point. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and trustworthiness, and I would hope that one of you may have picked up on the reference. As I played the file, which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over my every move in the game, I made a point to avoid doing anything too obvious, but I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked and the video was uploaded. I prayed that someone would notice the pattern didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys paid attention to those as well. They were my little message to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files, I honestly hoped that what you guys saw was close to what actually happened, but there's no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make all my research pretty, but here it all is. That's pretty sick that the stuff in game is actually like he was holding like items of honesty during like moments of legitimacy or whatever. All right, so he's talking about here's everything I was able to compile that Ben wouldn't let me put out there, which we don't know what that means yet per se, but September 6th. Can't believe this is at 11 p.m. Can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax. Despite the fear, I can't help but be exceptionally curious about this. Who or what is the statue? A lot of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. The next day, beginning at 2 a.m., he has updates that read. Summary was posted here. You can go back and look at my first post for day 4 for that, which we already saw, I believe. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I just get more restless. I feel like that statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. Didn't sleep at all, just going to start my day. I don't think I have the energy to do class today. I'm going to drive back down to talk to that old man. Taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day. But maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice it. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. Going to eat, feel like death. Could have sworn driving back from Subway that I saw the elegy statue buried in some shrubbery staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. Don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them about what's happening. Think I'm going to try posting this on the internet. Think I'll just use the summary. These notes are pretty sporadic. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second. Made the strange popping sound when I hooked everything up, but now it seems to be working fine again. My computer can't die on me now. Footage is finished uploading. Quality's a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, guess this is a really special cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. Thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like the statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. Gonna crash after this. Began uploading my YouTube video on an alternate account. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. This is probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine last summer. Hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Going to try to stay awake, but I am so tired right now. And then the post began again the next day at 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. My dream, I remember calling it Ben. Power of suggestion, most likely, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. Really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back to see if the old man's there instead. No old man, but I had an interesting conversation with his neighbor. Post the full thing with my summary of tonight's attempt to play the game. Going to wait for a bit though to see if I can't dig up any information on this Ben guy. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to the lack of sleep and keep hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system's going to be shit right now because of the all-nighter. My computer just, on its own, opened up a text document and wrote the words, "Hi," and www.cleverbot.com by itself. WTF. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this and how are you able to control my computer?
Who am I?
Right. Forgot you're a bot.
Do you really think that?
Listen, I know whoever's screwing with my computer can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right?
Is it?
No shit. Are you familiar with the terms invasion of privacy? Get off my computer, kid.
I am your computer.
Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to screw with me, kid.
I should wait until you play the game again.
What is this voice? Why are you making...
It's Cleverbot.
What makes you think that this text-to-speech program is like, oh, I'm just a little boy? Like,
should I wait until you played the game then?
Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna keep going. What?
That game.
Majora's Mask?
Yeah.
How did you know about that?
Because
what?
I did it.
Did what?
I played with you.
What?
Were you scared?
Who is this?
Big.
The statue? You're inside my computer now?
Yeah.
How?
You connected me.
How the hell did I connect you?
Cable and cords.
How?
Tell me about yourself.
What?
Tell me about yourself.
What do you mean?
What is it that really scares you?
What?
Answer.
No.
Answer.
What the? How did you just open that by yourself?
I'm your computer now.
How much can you control?
Oh.
What do you want from me?
To entertain.
You're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me.
Go play.
No, you can't hurt me.
Took you longer to type that.
So?
You're not sure.
If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me?
Less messy, more structured, fun.
Fun?
Yes. Tradition. I like that.
You think it's funny?
Amusing.
And my notes?
You may write them down.
Why are you letting me?
It is amusing to see what you think of me.
Window closes. You want to explain what that voice was you were doing?
It's Chatbot, dude, or Cleverbot.
I've never heard Cleverbot. Does it sound like that?
Yeah.
Shut up. I hate you. I'm in the middle. We are at the end of this story. We're going to keep going. Okay. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I am a prisoner in my one place of security. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm going insane right now. I can feel it watching over me, even as I type this. Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep, but for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why these hauntings? What am I even doing? It could probably even see this right now. Ben called me to
Are you bored of me?
I'm not bored. I just know that you're gonna derail this. I just know you're gonna derail this. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free, that I can free him. That's just like how he got on my computer from the capture card. He could spread, but he needs my help. Says I am special because I can help him. This is the first nice thing he said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. Swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? I'm terrified of it, but now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and screwed up version of fun. He's saying that the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free, that he's trapped in the cartridge of my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this. I don't know how long I could deal with the watching. It's watching my every move, every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells that if it wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't, so I should trust it. Something tells me that I'm being played again, just like in the game. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. I ignored it and went to go take a shower. When I came to my laptop, I was welcomed with an image elegy statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. Screw you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 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 It's been more than half an hour and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain it. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in my dorm room now. I'm begging to see the elegy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the elegy statue. Always the elegy statue. I don't know how much more of this I could take. Then we move into the next day. Okay, so I will say right now, I was locked in when he was talking about, like, he was playing the game and he was having moments of like, I am so into it. It feels like it's happening to me. I can't control what's going on. Please help. And then it was this ghost of a boy. I was sold, right? But now that it's kind of like, these are the things I was writing down as I was playing the game, and I'm conversing with him in the computer, but I feel like my life is falling apart when he could just like I get you're in a game session and weird things are happening and you become curious, so you check it out again. But it's like he doesn't have that same attachment to his computer. Just don't use the computer. I'm
not gonna lie, this is getting pretty bad. It's getting
it's dragging itself out way too far.
Yeah, like there's so much excess fat to where I'm like, I'm waiting for Cleverbot to come back.
Yeah, I know you are.
Cleverbot's the only thing that's gonna save this.
I will also say that it feels kind of like losing the plot a bit. You know, where it's like, oh, well, there's a ghost in the game and now I'm like experiencing it and stuff like that. But now it's just kind of like, I'm trying to get out the truth about Ben. It's like, is that what this story was about? Like besting the spirit?
It feels kind of convoluted.
Yeah, I thought it was just about a weird experience that happened. Were we trying to like beat the ghost? Was that what was going on? You know, like
I don't know. It feels like whenever this was like, there's a mystique to it and stuff, but now it's like all these like weird things of him like journaling his entries. Like it just feels weird too, because now that's like a complete polar opposite to what he's been doing this entire time.
It feels so now it's like mapped out. Yeah,
very, very.
I mean, it's on his website, so it's obviously legitimate. But I feel like maybe other creators I listen to just cut out this part. Maybe.
I'd be curious to see, like, if people have done readings of this, if they've just like, I'm not going to include this,
or maybe this is another point of it. Like, maybe this is because we're reading it on a creepypasta wiki, right, where it's all laid out in order. Maybe this note section was like supplemental reading during the actual story. In that case, it might work better, you know?
Right.
If like, as you're reading his segments, he's like, here's my notes of as things were happening. But because it was a text document at the end, it's all showing up here. So maybe we're not supposed to read this because we're kind of just recapping a lot of stuff that happened. So what if we skip the stuff that's just rehashing what we've already read?
Well, I mean, you want to?
I just mean if it's like, most of this looks new. I'm just saying if he gets to another long segment that's like, I was playing the game and this happened. And it's like, yeah, we know, we already read that, you know?
Right.
Just if we get to the same thing again. But for now, we'll just continue with September 9th. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of ben.wmv. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums for the ben.wmv file and parts have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. Okay, see, now it's starting to make sense why this document's here. Because in the version that gets uploaded or shared around, Ben edits out the parts that mention what Ben's currently doing, right?
I mean, do we even know that he actually had a roommate?
Oh, that's a good point.
Could that just be Ben posting? Like, is it something similar to, you know what I mean? Like,
could absolutely be. Yeah, I think that's possible. So maybe here, say Ben's, Ben's been tampered with and stuff like that. Or Ben, shut up. Ben's tampered with it. Yeah, everything that we've read thus far could be bad info.
It's true. That's why it's like I'm curious to see.
There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posting his own censored version. When asked Ben why he did it, he was responding to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving the generic response it usually does. Just talking to a bot this time. I think Ben is mad at me. That's funny. It's funny predicament to the end. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces. Maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunken black holes where their eyes should be, yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me that they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the 4 children pinned me down to the ground with surprising strength. Over them stood the happy mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted me to try. In his spastic, sudden movements matching his in-game appearance, he took out a mask and modeled off of someone's face that I couldn't recognize, a younger-looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they lashed it to my face, their horrible, broken bodies bouncing up and down. 2 of them held me down while the other 2 began to sew the mask onto my face. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into the most horrific smile I had ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining this procedure like a curious doctor. In that impossible movement, I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled in the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real, but I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried, and I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began sewing my legs together. Then my arms, horrible feeling of a needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendons and tying them together resonated throughout my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face, and my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming, tried telling myself again and again. Suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. The happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me, inches away from my face, and grinned when he simply said,
"You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
For the Moon Children resumed with increased vigor. I couldn't wake up. It wouldn't let me wake up until they had crafted me into another elegy statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went for Ben. So basically in his dream, he's experiencing what Ben experienced in some way, becoming a model within the game, right?
Yeah, that's what's appearing to be. It seems like as if this keeps going on, our protagonist is going to be a statue in the game as well.
All right, time for Cleverbot. Are you ready?
Yes.
Answer me, Ben.
Welcome back.
What is the point of doing this? Why?
Amusing to see. Fun to play. Fun to toy with you. Make you feel safe. I wonder how you would have reacted.
To what?
If I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden, only doing little things to play with you. Close out your windows. Turn off your computer. Move your mouse by itself. Whittle things. Make you wonder if I'm there, but you never know. Give you little hints that I am. I wanted to do something different for you.
Okay, this story has officially lost me. Ben goes from being the dead soul of a child who died tragically, trapped within a game that somehow wound up in an old man's position, and like this interesting mystery, to just a troll. Just, I could shirt off your computer.
He's like a malevolent demon kind of thing, or like a trickster or whatever.
And not even a good one. He's like the equivalent of your little brother with the controller. Like,
why don't I go ahead and take all your snacks? I just went ahead and deleted your game file.
That's literally what it's like. And like any goodwill it had of like, oh, well, like maybe some of the absurdity that happens because Ben's just a kid, you know? Now it's just like, I'm dead and caught in this purgatory hell forever, but you can't play with your mouse.
You can't play with your mouse anymore. Sorry, bozo.
It's like,
So who
what?
gives a fuck, Ben? You stupid bitch is what I want to say to him. God, annoying little prick. Also, it's like, why are you also losing this much sleep over this stuff too? It's like you're having like horrible nightmares, and then like the reality of it, you like wake up and he's like,
sorry, I ate all your Fruit Whoops. No more delicious snacks for you.
That whole section was awful. Like I could move your
Cringe.
mouse by itself.
deep cringe.
Yeah,
deep,
yeah.
deep cringe.
Okay. You did this before?
Yeah, and I will do it again.
To who? Ben? Did you know Ben?
Won't tell that information to you.
How did Ben die?
You know.
No, but how did he drown?
Won't tell that to you.
Why?
It is reserved for another.
Who?
Another who asked.
When?
Waiter.
Okay, what? Hold on. He's not talking to Ben? Who's he talking to then?
That's what I don't get.
Did
It's
I
like,
miss something? Is he talking to like the spirit of the salesman? Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
But
I
no,
don't
he's
fucking
explicitly
know. It's
said
just-
every time up until now, I think Ben's mad at me. Ben won't talk to me. He opens the conversation by saying, answer me, Ben.
Yeah, but I'm a trickster like that. I'm a man of many faces. I'm a very twicky demon.
That's what it feels like. This is the kind of hell I'm in.
This is sucking pretty hard right now. Like, it's so long too. We're going to get through it. We're almost
We're
there.
almost done. We're almost done.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of. I mean, there's still, I guess, a chunk, but it's almost done.
There's another Cleverbot conversation though, so.
Yes! Clever bot!
I'm beginning to think that this thing maybe isn't Ben at all. In its sadistic nature, I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. My room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened, like there's something that is trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but it can't quite get there. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I'll play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please, please. I'm going insane trying to decide what is real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me, or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For the brief moments I am looking at my responses to the videos, people were pointing out things that looked fake or photoshopped or whatever. There's literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something on purpose to try to shut me up, or if maybe those replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See, I get caught in an infinite loop like this, and this is what has been wearing on my insanity and pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another trick. This whole document even exists? Am I writing nothing? I'll also say, I feel like the story should have ended after the roommates post.
Yeah, 100%.
Because
I mean, it's just dragging way too long.
It is
It's getting to a
dragging way
point
too
where it's
long.
like,
And like that ending worked, where it's like he left, and I thought the whole part about, come to think of it, I never met his dad. I thought that was implying that like maybe the creator was going out to drown himself in a lake or something, like possessed by the spirit of Ben or something like
yeah,
that.
then the cycle continues with the roommate or something. Or even it's like Ben gives his final message kind of thing, and you don't know if the roommate's even real, but he like, you know, you never hear from our protagonist again.
And the last gameplay we see there is the whole like you shouldn't have done that segment, which is a good point to end on. I think that's a high note. But anyway, we're back to Cleverbot. What is it? What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything.
You die because you can't figure out the secret.
What?
Thematic.
What are you talking about?
The beauty in your suffering.
I can't, bro. Part of it's exasperated by you, admittedly, but Ben's making me play the game again. It tells me that it has something very important to show me. So it's two summaries we read earlier. And then the next day, the drown.wmv playthrough was up when I woke up today. I remember typing it up, but I don't even remember posting it. He censored it again. There is no mention of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I am only posting what he wants me to. I am the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. There's an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, this sounds morbid, resembling my dream from 2 nights ago, except on a far more sadistic scale. These moon children. There's something more to them, almost as if they're another entity from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the 4th summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps on exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? For the love of God, pull up a different computer. I'm feeling the air starts to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. Keep hearing it. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open my window and 3 floors down at the ground level I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of campus. If any students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. I'm sorry, was there any maybe we're reading the text format wrong because it's on Creepypasta Wiki, and if so, my apologies, but there has been no mention on the, if I'm not criticizing the story, I'm criticizing the wiki. Why is that the first mention we get of him appearing in real life?
I'm assuming it's supposed to be that he's like going insane and he's hallucinating him, right?
Suppose,
like they're building up this whole, they're doing this, but it just seems like such a the old man, so here's the thing. Are we supposed to assume that the old man, I mean, I might be reaching. Are we supposed to assume the old man is the smiling salesman, right?
That's
and
what
he drowned the child,
yeah.
Ben?
That's my thought, at least, yeah.
So now it's like, I guess like premonitions or some kind of like
he's coming for
he's
him
trying,
next. Yeah.
Yeah, or something.
Yeah, that's what I figure at least. Okay, so that gets even nausea. That's where my notes end. I fled my room, taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose my train of thought as I hammer the details or the cartridge. Which part?
I don't want to get into details of what happened. Why? You've literally painstakingly put down extremely specific times, but like, why not get into the details now?
We're almost there, man. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary and service to you of the final video you guys saw, Matt.wmv. Last video entry I made, Matt.wmvv, began as normal. I was spawned in Clocktown as usual and nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right and play the oath to order on top of the clock tower on the 4th day, I prepared myself. Sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. As I got up to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into his telescope. He told me that it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but it was adamant this time. Regardless of if I simply had the illusion of free will in prior games, this time the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Ikana Canyon, where the game would end and it would stop haunting me. What? Why would the game be? Whatever. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. I was told to check my inventory, but I would find the answers there to end the game. I arrived at Ikana Canyon and saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, which because when this opened, Ben had saved his last file at the owl statue, so now he's mimicking the final steps of Ben. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed what I was missing: a reoccurring song, the Elegy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing it needed before Ben decided it had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security and makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytrap. He ensnares them. Is that what this story's been about? The Ben's a manipulator, not the child victim. I thought of this old man or that, but how is the old man connected to Ben? I thought the old man's worse than Ben because he was doing all this stuff. I thought Ben was just a kid that drowned. Why is he a manipulator? Why does he do it?
If he is also, because I know he had the one line that was like, oh, I think the spirit might be taking his name since that was his last victim. But if that was the case, it just feels weird that you still refer to it as Ben then. Yeah. Because it just makes you seem like the victim is the one that is.
So you're calling the spirit Ben, but you're calling the old man the old man, and you're also calling the child Ben. So
yeah.
whatever.
I almost wish he would just have the spirit or like the haunting as
Just
like
call it the salesman's face, because that's clearly what's being
the
implied,
salesman
right?
as manipulator. Yeah.
Or the devil or something. I don't care. I'm nothing but a puppet to him. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he could trap into by doing different things. And this ancient demon who apparently like kills children or whatever was content to be like, some people I just move their mouse around. There's still some things about this whole experience that still don't make sense, really. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I've given you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I'm typing these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus. Finally, I've emailed myself the notes I have stored on my infected computer for the last 4 days. Why would you send an email? Does he not move through? Whatever. I'm then going to combine those copy-paste these notes with the closing openings that I've typed here on the safe public computer to the one text document. Not taking any chance of spreading Ben. I would not wish this horrible torment on anyone, and I've made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes. Went right under his nose. He has no idea that what he just let me do. Had no problems opening the text document for my infected computer or my email either. Can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get the word out on this post. Nightmare ends here. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos through YouTube video, audio ripper, screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he could spread, but I know that just watching them on YouTube, reading my text won't be able to allow him to spread. How do you know that? Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. I thought you said he loves tormenting people. Okay, what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I strongly recommend you not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. This will be my last posting, putting up this form here for the world. If you see any further posts from me after today's current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., just credit them. It already has proven to me that Ben can access my account password and manipulate my computer. And like I said, I have no idea to what extent it can do this, but know that it will do anything to break free. He is desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me, please. What if Ben is typing all this? And obviously, this goes without saying, but from here on out, do not download any images I may put up, and any files, anything. Sit day will be my last day. I'm going to burn the cartridge, then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't know you, this is sort of bittersweet for me. A semester I really didn't have any friends, or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I am the genius who picked to live in a single, I suppose. Wait. Yeah, okay, you were right about he doesn't actually have a roommate, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a lazy way to unveil it, but whatever. I am the genius who picked to live in a single, like, haha, I am a guy who chose to live in a single, which for those watching at home means I do not have a roommate. So hypothetically, if someone were to say they are my roommate, they would be untrustworthy. I suppose someone to get... I'm unnecessarily mad. I'm sorry. I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into this game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourselves up to me by hearing my story. Despite maybe not believing me, you didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going, and now I'm finally free of this. Thanks again, Juducible.
Oh God.
I liked it in the beginning.
I think that it's an amazing setup for the idea of a spirit trapped inside of a video game, especially like those old video games with like save files and stuff, of like a lingering touch of like a previous owner of something. Yeah. It just went on way too long. Like I think even you probably could have even had that kind of roommate entry be the last thing.
That's what I thought.
And I think you still could have had the twist thing too of being like, is that even really his roommate? And I think it still would have read fine. Just
leave the question available. You don't have to explain everything to the audience. Even at the end, you don't need that line, I guess I live in a single. Just let the audience speculate if that was maybe him or not. Because you've set up like 8 times in a row that Ben can manipulate what you post. So cool. Just, you've never brought up the roommate. Leave that as enough breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
You'll be like, well,
It
I guess
feels
that's
like
what I get for living in a single. Am I right, fellas? Wink, wink.
Was this just like one of the pivotal, like super popular early
This
creepypastas?
blew up. Also, like, okay, so in all honesty, you're spoiled, right? Because we've been going through and cherry picking like the best ones, right? With a couple exceptions, like Jeff the Killer for fun or whatever.
Sure.
You have been reading the cream of the crop. This is better than I think the average creepypasta.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into levels. I know people say the same thing about like SCPs and stuff,
Yeah,
like where
same
it's
thing,
like
same thing. Yeah.
where it's just like there's a couple really good ones and then the rest are just utter trash because it's a lot of people that don't know how to write or whatever. I still think there's merit to reading a lot of the schlocky bad stuff like this. I think it's good, but I do think I'm wondering we need to start branching out of creep, not even branching out of creepypastas, because that's not what I'm saying, but I do think exploring other good areas of horror as well, like even if we dip back into Twitter ARG stuff, or even if we go into other storytellings. But I think me and you need a breath of fresh air from creepypastas.
Yeah. Also, I will say one detail, which is kind of nice if you just ended the story there. He emphasizes 18 times, don't download anything. And in the roommate's post, he's like, oh, here's a download to the text document, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the game of it.
Ben posted that before he was able to do that. But at the same time, I think it's more ominous if it's like, hey, here, download this,
And
without hearing that warning at the end.
Yeah, you just don't
because
know.
the entire story before that is a warning.
Gosh, leave something up to, like, leave them something to chew on. You don't have to spell out every detail. Authors do that all the time. They're like, but no, what if people miss this clever thing I set up? Good.
Yeah,
that makes
I mean,
it more
that's the,
satisfying for the people that do. That's the whole point.
Also, that's like one of the first rules that you hear about is your audience is much smarter than you think
Audience
they are.
is smarter
Like,
than you think. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think like even just the part of like no corn or normal corn, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the way that they build that up is a nice way. Like maybe to a point to where it's early days to where it's like very quick, but even then it's just something where I feel like I've left it to where I'm like, what is that person doing now? Or is there another website that he just doesn't know about? Like, there's a lot of fun building to like, oh, like a fun little world building thing. This one, yeah, it's just like you have a dead horse and you're just beating it into, I guess it's grave. I mean, like you're not even digging the grave. You're just pulverizing it into the ground.
Okay, so here's some interesting lore. With on that, the page of like the creator, he has some stuff written about like the development of the story and stuff like that. So the guy's name, Alex Hall, in his second year of college, he set about writing a horror story. And Jay Juicable's like a fictional character, stuff like that. There's a section called Controversy where it says, not long after the discovery of You Should Not Have Done That.net, users noticed a discussion among minor characters in the guestbook area of the website that showed the beginning of the plot. Hold on, okay. The sentence I just read says, the guestbook area of the website showed the beginning of a plot to commit a school shooting. I'm probably going to have to censor that, but
that's probably not a good thing to write when you're in college.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's
when
this
you're going
guy.
to school.
I think it's saying on the website people were discussing it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, not him. What I will say for everyone is the link we put down there, it's much better formatted in that there is a text document of his notes that you can just not read, right? So you can just read the story as is and then end with the friend posting the update, right?
I really do think you can just end there too. And
Yeah.
you get the kind of you get the same kind of satisfaction of what he was trying to go for, I believe.
And also, like, not to let the ending take away from it, the whole the YouTube channel is insanely well done. Modding the game that everything that's
very,
described
very
actually happens. That's awesome. That's incredible.
A very fun use of like interacting with a new platform, or like you newer like YouTube and stuff at the time and everything, and actually being able to have like video footage to add to your story is just it's just a nice evolution of storytelling, like horror storytelling on these blog posts.
Yeah, and actually if you go to his YouTube channel called it's called Jay Juicable, he's got like 67,000 subs. He does a ton of these like ARG stuff. Like some of it looks
sick. Okay,
and
still
some
today.
of this looks he uploaded 3 years ago was the last one, But there's like dozens of videos on here, and some of it looks really good.
Yeah, I'd be curious to check that out. That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, he does good work. So yeah, I love the YouTube channel, stuff like that. Did not need that text document.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is. It's one of the most classic. I mean, we've had people been talking about that forever, so I'm glad we finally got to read it. And at least I know now what it is. Now I feel like I'm in the club.
You're in the club.
But lastly,
that's also the second one that we've read, right? That was a user suggestion. So
yeah, so
far the users have suggested that, and the thing in the basement's getting better at mimicking people. So what is that?
Well, it is what it is. Lastly, we have another extremely popular one here, Wendy. It's called Squidward's
This one's a good high note to end on, I think.
Squidward's Sewer Slide. I like it. It feels very cheesy. I hope that this is funny. I'm very excited.
So we've kind of hit the bases, because the first one was like internet stuff and the second one was video game stuff, and now we're doing a TV thing, right? There's a bunch of creepypasta based around media like that. That was really common. So this is a good little nice little internet. It's a nice little throwback, if you would. All right. So this one I'm also very interested in, because I remember watching this so much. The image of like Squidward with the burnout eyes sticks in my head. Now this Hunter, as someone who is not creepypasta savvy in a younger age, this was the standard. 90% of the ones you read were stuff like this. This was like the poster child for just like creepypasta back then. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course. Most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and two other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors, for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of a inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bye Valve, in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So when we saw this title card, Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up. We see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. It's supposed to be synced with the animation, so yes, that's not common. But when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes, as if the skip never happened. There's slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you. You could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame. He too is booing, which is very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, so Hunter, some lore, right? Every single, without fail, every single video game, movie, TV show, whatever, creepypasta would have some mention of hyper realistic body parts. They're like, she was stabbed to death and a hyper realistic heart fell into the screen, or he was shot in the head and hyper realistic blood splattered across the wall. It was just, that's what all the time, implying that.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the uncanny aspect of these like cartoonish worlds.
Real human eyes in SpongeBob. Yeah. But everything was hyper realism.
Okay, all right.
All very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. Pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused. But since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, though it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point, there's no sound. Literally zero sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses show them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there in silence, blinking, for about 30 seconds, then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more. All
I imagine he puts his hands in his face. It's like,
this was one of the most terrifying stories to children online, by the way. Keep that in mind. Yeah. All the while, a sound in the background is very gradually growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounds like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. Slowly, I mean that it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder and more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound, Squidward's sobbing, sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. Yeah, that's how speakers work. It's almost as if the speakers weren't speakers, but instead holes that sound is projected out of. As good a sound as the studios like to have, they don't have the equipment to be able to produce audio of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faintly audible, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second. Two had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific. I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. I miss this. I miss this kind of thing. Because every other one I would read back then, like if there was a cartoon I watched, I'd read a creepypasta and it'd be this, like random dead kids or blood or something. Yeah. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. Pavement that was probably a road is a really funny.
He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road.
Yeah, it's a picture of a dead kid and someone in the back's like, is this a road or a sidewalk? Quick.
We thought it was a basketball court, but we're pretty sure that it was a road.
At first, we thought this was a lake until someone pointed out, no, that's pavement, actually.
No, that's not water. That's pavement.
That is, in fact, pavement. We can confirm. Oh, and it's just for a single frame.
Oh my God.
Oh. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers. And it turns out this man wasn't a police officer at all.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, guys. This isn't evidence. I think this is the guy who did this.
and then the guy taking the picture turns around the camera and it's the Ben statue.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to know why I killed this kid? The angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem they were the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. Yeah, that's what I like to do to my workplace friends. Display images of children I killed.
We're just interns. I didn't know. I'm just an intern at Nickelodeon.
Well, I was playing.
Where's Dan Schneider?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, as a Dan Schneider, Brian Peck thing, it's funny to imagine them like, I was just goofing around. You know,
It's just a joke. It's just a picture of a dead kid on some pavement. It's not a big fucking deal.
This is just what guys in Hollywood do, okay?
We're just Hollywood script writers. This is what we do.
We just have some pool parties with like 14-year-old girls at our house, throw some dead kids onto sets, and then
not a big deal.
Do some cocaine. Like that's part of showbiz, all right?
That's what we do. That's that's what we did every day before the Guts game TV show or Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's what we did.
The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There's now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style.
The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style.
Let's go. Looking as if you get it on your fingers if you touch the screen. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds, like of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted for longer intervals and came more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. Editor was reluctant to go back. We all were. But he knew he had to. Why does he have to? Why does he need to call the police? What do you mean?
Well, we will after we do our edit because we're interns.
The editor leans around. He's like, we have to go back. Could be a dead child. Could be a photo of a dead kid, you know?
I have a feeling this is just going to get progressively worse here.
Yeah, of course. We all were. We knew we had to. This time, the photo appeared to be of a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach.
Her barrettes? No, I was just reading it.
Yeah.
She was laying on her stomach. Her barrettes?
Oh, like a hair beret. It's a beret, like you put in your hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in the pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was damaged in the same way as the boy, and she was in a state of undress. I feel weird reading that about a child, you know?
God, yeah.
State of undress. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street. He brings up the street again. It's very important to mention the street. The body was on the street, and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. Yeah, this is for men. This is a men's group. This is for the boys.
Out of here, Toots.
Get out of here, woman. Loser.
What, you can't handle two dead kids?
What, you don't like seeing
You're
some
never gonna
dead
make
kids?
it here at Nickelodeon.
Yeah, the show resumed. The loser woman got out of there. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent. All sound cut out, like it did when the scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper.
God.
Yes. His eyes were now done in hyper realism, like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep voice laughing. This time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were pulled out from his stomach wound by a large hand. Right eye popped, dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next. What does that mean? The next frame was different, but I won't explain it. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor. So much vomit. Everyone's vomiting. What the heck? The animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. Why are these interns still there? Why are they not like, no?
We have to finish.
The 5 frames were not 5 different photos. They were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eye focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink.
That would be, you would barely be able to notice that in video.
You would. And also at the beginning,
that's like not even a millisecond of a second. 24 frames a second. It's like 5 seconds. It would just almost look look like a still image.
Yeah, it would be hard to tell. You wouldn't see the focusing or the hand moving or the blinking. Also, did you sit there and play it back and forth over and over to catch all that? Also, I know that we're literally critiquing Squidward's sewer slide, but I have to get something out of today. The part about it was different, but we couldn't tell why. Yes, you could. It was moving. It was another instance in time.
Why the heck is this different?
What's so different about it? It's the same thing.
Oh my God.
But they're in a different place.
Read the next line.
The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes.
Steven Hillenberg. They're bringing in Steven Hillenberg now.
They're bringing him in. I will say that this was years ago, so this was before his passing.
Before he was before his passing. But still, it's just funny.
It is funny. It is funny. But I just say that to say it wasn't trying to be disrespectful to him.
Yeah, no.
He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said,
"Do it!"
And we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands.
Yes! Yes! Oh my God! Keep reading!
He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger.
Yes, the next line.
Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him in his bed, and he flies back with force.
Yes! I love it! Yes!
We did it. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed, on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends.
I was really hoping that they would said Mr. Hillenberg was like,
No, my creation.
No, not my child, my boy.
Not Squidward.
Man, that's so good. It's just the idea of it being so quick too, just like bam, like all at once.
do it! I mean, immediately. Do it!
Boom, like all at the same time. Like it's the devil laughing at him and showing him dead kids, and he's also sad about his performance, so he puts a shotgun in his mouth. Man, that's insane. That's literally the Smiling Friends bit from the last episode where it's like he could not attend as he shot himself in the face with a 3D printed shotgun. Like the drive-by nature of it. Yeah. I think so. I'm pretty sure someone animated the whole thing, minus the dead kids. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there was just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. Sorry I stayed. I'll also guarantee you that whoever wrote this was young enough to be like, I just said hell while writing, and mom isn't
I
gonna
won't
know.
say fuck, but I will put hell.
I'll put hell in there. And guess what? My mom would be so mad, but she doesn't know. She's stupid and
my mom is gonna beat my butt bare black and blue. It's gonna be
my mom is gonna kick my can when she finds out that I said hell in my story about Squidward putting a shotgun in his mouth and blowing his eyeballs out because of dead mutilated children.
Steven, what is this?
The only theory we could think of is that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out when it happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. Dun dun dun. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time. But everything checked out fine. We didn't know what had happened. To this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified. What?
It's just funny. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. It's just like, you know, those photos, the most interesting part. Yeah, nothing really came of that.
You know those dead kids? Well, don't worry about it. We're on to the next part. No child.
We didn't know what the fuck happened there. Who knows?
Yeah,
It doesn't really matter.
Yo, that was weird. No child scene was identified. No clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. All those dead kids, Squidward killing himself, and a ghost possessing the Nickelodeon studios, I think twice now.
I love credited to user / sewer slide Squidward. A 2010 upload. Wow. So this was so you're saying this was the standard back then?
This was the most common creepypasta you'd find. If you just went to like recently posted, like sure, if you go to like top rated, you would find better stuff. But if you went to like recent and just clicked on one, this was the standard. Yeah.
I want to make my own creepypasta that is in this vein.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be a parody of something, but I do want to have something that is this needlessly violent that leads absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Which is this huge.
It's just like reading about dead children and nothing happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like, I just love the idea that it's supposed to be creepy that in the episode it's like, do it. And a cartoon octopus kills himself, and that's supposed to be like, oh my God, no way. And it's like, yeah, so Steven Hillenburg was pretty upset. And those pictures of the actual dead children that were absolutely real, we don't even know what the hell happened. I ended up working at Bed Bath & Beyond after that because my cartooning career went nowhere. The end.
Anyway, that was weird. See you kids next time. This also, I remember, was there was a video called Red Mist, or I know there's videos of it online, but there was like Red Mist, or it was like another 4chan post or something like that, because I'm pretty sure the original Squidward sewer slide got uploaded to 4chan, I think. But it was either Red Mist was inspired by this or vice versa. I'm pretty sure Red Mist came first, but it's like an animation of the things that are happening. I'm pretty sure this version was the only one to mention the photos of dead kids or whatever, because back then that was how you spiced it up, right? Like, my story's not doing well enough, throw in some dead children. That'll get the people going, and some hyper realistic blood. So I think this was second. I could be wrong though, and it could be the other way around. Also, they straight up reference it in the TV, in SpongeBob the TV show, by the way. There's a scene where SpongeBob's like flipping through. It's like, oh, what's behind this door? What's behind this door? And they open one door, and it's it's a slightly more cartoonish animation of this Squidward sewer slide face. So the creators of SpongeBob are aware of the story and have memed on it in the show, which is fun.
Yeah, that's good. Well, this episode took a lot of life out of me.
Good.
And I'm honestly
take a lot of life out of you, kind of like Ben
Drown.
Ben Drown took a lot of life out of him.
Ben Drown Goldblum.
Ben Drown Goldblum.
All right, everyone, goodbye. I'm leaving. I'm running away. Never going to return. Goodbye. Please be sure to listen to this podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcast audio listening channels as well. Welcome back to another creepy episode of Creepcast. Ooh.
Are you sure you don't want to actually, talk about how this is a Stretch and Fade episode, or perhaps a Cream Crew episode, or
no. And I'll tell you why I'm not going to do that is because today we're doing another creepy grab bag.
Woo! Yay! Yippee! I gotta say, I'm actually pretty excited because normally Hunter's so unsure about what we're going to read. He's always like, I don't know. Does this sound good? What do you think? And then he gets in the call today. He's like, we're doing these 3 videos in this order. Here's the links. Read it. Like, I'm like,
yeah. Came in with a little bit of confidence today. A
little bit.
Somebody actually, they suggested these 3 stories on a Reddit post And it was the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas.
Oh wait, one of our audience members
Yes.
suggested this.
Yes.
This is a horrible idea.
Yeah, well, you know, it's been a while since we've done reader suggestions. Actually, we've been doing a lot of them just off of, I know it's impossible to not talk about one that people haven't probably recommended, but it's been a while since we've specifically looked at a post and then read what they suggested. So the three today are the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas, Eyeless Jack, and the Pancake Family, which the last two sound a little funky, especially Eyeless Jack. All right. Which as I was saying before we were recording, I feel like Eyeless Jack, if I don't get me wrong, dare I say, I think it's going to be a story about probably a man who visits a child in their bed and just looks at them. And it's going to say something like, he had no eyes, but he stared at me. If I was a betting man.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
So far off
All
from
right.
what the story actually is. You're so stupid right now. You look like such an idiot.
But I want
What are you talking about?
I want to start with the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas, because I just love these kinds of names. I really like how this first story is written is written and uploaded by Coaster Kid 93.
Yeah, I like roller coasters. It's kind of my jam.
It's also funny how enthralled I am by just like the verb of insert woman's name. that apparently is, I'm like, that's a damn good title. Wow. The Feeding of Jessica Bunny. Or something like
You
that.
would love that. If we came across a story with that title, you'd be like, we have to read this right
If
now.
I saw a story titled The Feeding of Jessica Bunny, would you not be a little bit curious?
Well, okay, for one, I would assume it was like a play on Jessica Rabbit, right?
I think that's where my mind wanted to go, but I had to
I
pivot
think
last
that's
second.
where your mind wanted to go because you were thinking about the word feeding, and then you were like, "Oh, I'd like to feed her," and then like it
Yeah.
just like your brain implanted an image. Yeah, I think that's what happened there. But the feeding of XYZ could be interesting. I get what you mean though about like the hyper specific titles. It feels like, I don't know, it feels very direct. You know,
Well, I think you're right too.
You're not gonna get any of this artsy stuff. It's gonna be loud, whatever happens.
It kind of has I think you're right where it feels like I get like a police report or some kind of thing. Just feels like it's going like almost like a true crime or paranormal kind of like, ooh, there's like just a level of mystique to it. So I am looking forward to this. It is 12 years ago, so this is primo no sleep uploads time.
And once again, if this all sucks, it is the fault of, for one, the person who posted this to the subreddit, but more importantly, Hunter for trusting you.
That is true.
So,
I take blame.
and if it does good, then it's me for allowing him to do.
I
that.
will accept that as well.
So.
I'm a chronically unhealthy person that's unhappy the majority of time in my life. I go to doctors all the time, but who can you really trust? That's why I use ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high quality in-network doctors. Choose the right one for your needs and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across every specialty. Do you have an unknown virus that no one's ever been able to find out ever? It doesn't matter. ZocDoc has a doctor for it. I promise. From mental health to dental health, eye care to skincare, and much more. And the nice thing about ZocDoc is that you can filter for doctors that take your insurance, are nearby, and are highly rated. It's super easy to use, and you can find an appointment time that works for you with the right doctor that fits your needs. Plus, ZocDoc appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. Sometimes you can even get same-day appointments. Whoa. You don't want to admit it, but you should probably see a doctor, you unhealthy fuck. So stop putting off those doctor appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/creepcast to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/creepcast. ZocDoc.com/creepcast. Thank you, ZocDoc, for sponsoring this episode. Back to the story.
So, on that note, the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas. Sometime during the night of August the 16th, 1952, the small town of Ashley, Kansas ceased to exist. All right, I'm in. I thought
I literally thought it was
Bro.
about just a woman named Ashley, Kansas.
I thought it was about a girl named Ashley who was from Kansas.
Yeah. Wow. It's just, that's interesting. A whole town disappearing. Keep going.
I'm immediately interested. Okay. At 3:28 a.m. on August the 17th, 1952, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The earthquake itself was felt throughout the state and most of the Midwest. The epicenter was determined to be directly under Ashley, Kansas. When state law enforcement arrived at what should have been the outskirts of the farming community, they found a smoldering, burning fissure in the earth measuring 1,000 yards in length and approximately 500 yards in width. The depth of the fissure was never determined. After 12 days, the statewide and local search for the missing 679 residents of Ashley, Kansas was called off by the Kansas state government at 9:15 p.m. on the night of August 29, 1952. All 679 residents were assumed to be dead. At 2:27 a.m. on August 30th, 1952, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake was measured by the United States Geological Survey. The epicenter was situated under what used to be the location of Ashley, Kansas. When law enforcement investigated at 5:32 a.m., they reported that the fissure in the earth had closed.
Oh, that's fun.
In the 8 days leading up to the disappearance of the town and its 679 residents, bizarre and unexplainable events were reported by dozens of residents in Ashley, Kansas, and law enforcement from the surrounding area. By the way, that thing we talked about, how these titles are indicative of like a police presence, of like a very, like a cold true crime feel,
Right.
Almost. This reads exactly like a report.
Oh, okay, cool.
Some
Okay.
agency or something. So I think that's kind of the vibe we're getting. On the evening of August the 8th, 1952 at 7:13 p.m., a resident by the name of Gabriel Jonathan reported a strange sight in the sky above Ashley. The town itself, having no official branch of law enforcement, called into the police station of the neighboring town of Hayes. Gabriel reported what appeared to be a, quote, small black opening in the sky, end quote. Within the next 15 minutes, the Hayes police station became overwhelmed with dozens of phone calls, all reporting the same phenomenon. The phenomenon was never reported by any neighboring communities. A decision was made to send a trooper to Ashley to investigate the matter the following morning.
Almost like a setup of a UFO or kind of like an alien. To me, is what it feels like a little bit. Is the setup. I don't think that's what it is necessarily, but I feel like if somebody was reporting stuff in like that, you would almost think it's like almost Phoenix Lights kind of vibe or something where multiple people saw this thing and then they darted away, except having it be a small black hole in the sky is...
The black opening in the sky is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
At 7:54 a.m. on the morning of August 9th, 1952, Hayes police officer Alan Mace radioed the Hayes police station. He reported that, despite following the one-way road leading into Ashley, he had become lost. Ooh. According to his report, the road, quote, continued along its normal path, but somehow ended up back in Hayes, end quote. Officer Mace went on to add that the road never curved or bent in any direction. 9:15 a.m., 7 of the town's 10 police cars were sent to investigate the situation, and all members of the team came to the same conclusion. The only road leading into Ashley stopped leading into Ashley, but instead led back to Hayes. Phone calls continued to pour into the Hayes police station, all reporting that the black opening in the sky continued to grow in size. All callers were advised to remain inside and to not travel outside unless absolutely necessary. At 8:17 p.m., Miss Elaine Cantor reported her neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Milton, and their 2 children, Jeffrey and Brooke, missing. According to Mrs. Cantor's phone call, the Miltons attempted to leave town in their family car earlier in the evening. They never returned. Law enforcement officials from Hayes never reported the car or individuals coming up the one-way road. Okay, this goes hard. So the police are trying to get into Ashley, but the road has become non-Euclidean, right? Like they pass, they're going straight and then they wind up back where they started over and over. And in the meantime, people who are inside of Ashley trying to leave don't come back. At 7:38 a.m. on the morning of August 10th, 1952, Phone calls from Ashley into the Hayes police station reported that the town was in total darkness. The sun had never risen. At 10:15 a.m., at the request of Hayes law enforcement, a helicopter from Topeka, Kansas flew over the region in which Ashley, Kansas stood. The town was never observed from the air. At 12:43 p.m. on the afternoon of August 11th, 1952, Miss Phoebe Danielewski called into the Hayes police station. She reported that her daughter Erica had begun to have conversations with her father, who died 3 years prior in a drunk driving accident.
Oh, wow.
To add to her concern, Miss Danielewski reported that Erica was attempting to go outside into the dark to, quote, join them. Over the course of the next 12 hours, a reported 329 phone calls were placed into the Hayes police station, all describing similar phenomenon with the children of the town.
I mean, yeah, it almost seems like something otherworldly, almost like a portal to hell is opening or something. So, because do you like whenever you have these dead relatives reaching out to these people and manipulating them, do you actually believe that they're the actual people, or do you think that they're disguised?
Are you talking about within the story or
Yeah.
like real life?
Yeah, in the story.
I thought you were like, in real life, do you think what do you think of like the afterlife?
Like
ghosts?
Erica was attempting to go outside into the dark to join them, but it's like, is she being coerced by people pretending to be, or do you actually think that it's maybe like ghosts of people or spirits of people in that way?
I don't have enough info yet to know if this is like malicious or like kind of just.
Well, I guess just first impression.
I guess first impression is that the town is going through some kind of like spatial, thing where maybe I was right with the boiled one thing, that it's like an unholy rapture. Like on this specific community, there is the afterlife is creeping in and dragging them in. So then under that impression, maybe it is actually lost loved ones.
It's kind of interesting.
But I could be wrong. It could just be stuff trying to tempt them.
Well, I don't think that there's ever. I'm trying to think if I was a dead man, right? If I was a dead guy who died in a drunk driving accident, would I talk to my daughter Erica and be like, "Hey, I want you to come join me into the darkness. Hey, sweetheart, come out here." I don't feel like I feel like I'd be like, "Hey, you should stay. This sucks. You should stay away from me," or whatever.
I mean that's true. That's true. But we also don't know how corrupted you would be.
That's true.
Or like whatever because it's obviously like a heavenly presence or whatever. So you've become some corrupted lost soul. The reason I think maybe it's their actual souls is because if this is like an alien entity or something like that, we know where the story ends. We know that the whole town disappears. So why would they need to like lure kids out of their houses? Because the house and everything else is just going to be like warp drived in a minute anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, the opening, like the fissure opening up of the earth does have kind of like a mouth of hell kind of, kind of visual vibe to it. But I think it's interesting too, the helicopter's flying above and it can't even see the town. It's like almost just totally enveloped in this like black crack in the sky.
Like a blot from the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The following morning of August 12th, 1952, the situation became dire. Oh, it wasn't
Yeah.
previously.
Hey,
like
so
it became
the
dire.
people's spirits are coming in and there's nothing but blackness outside. I think things are getting kind of serious out there.
Hey, you remember that call we had about that town over
Yep.
with, the looping geometry of the roads
Yes,
and the kids joining their
Yes.
lost souls in the afterlife, and also people just basically driving into the void if they leave town.
Right.
Well, that was all fine and dandy, but something happened last night, and now we're starting to show concern.
Yeah, well, let's give it a couple more days and we'll just see what happens.
We'll see what goes on there. So, anyway,
Do you find the typos here also kind of charming? I feel like it's kind of charming.
yeah, it's like it's on a typewriter because you can't go back and backspace on the typewriter. I mean, you can X out, but then the mistake's still there.
Right.
The following morning of August 12th, 1952, the situation became dire. During the middle of the night, all 217 children in the town of Ashley, Kansas, disappeared. A reported 421 phone calls were placed into the Hayes Police Department. Unable to be of any useful assistance, Hayes law enforcement instructed all callers to remain inside and to avoid any and all attempts at finding the missing children. Man, well, that's decisively not good, I think. Could you imagine that 217 kids just like gone, and you're already in like a weird like eclipse town or whatever? Like,
It would definitely feel like
it's been night for 3 days.
I would almost just be like, well, they're coming for us next. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like all hope would, I feel like a lot of hope would be quickly draining from my veins. Like, I feel like it would be a lot of acceptance, I feel like, after too long.
Yeah, the kids disappear, and you're like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. It'd be
That's
awesome
right.
for a couple days, but then you'd be like, it's just kind of a bit weird, huh? That they're all just gone.
At 5:19 p.m. on the evening of August 13th, 1952, Ashley elderly man Scott Luntz reported a growing, distant fire to the south. According to his description, the fire seemed to turn the distant black into, quote, bright red and orange that seemed to extend high into the sky, end quote. Throughout the rest of the day, calls continued in, stating that the fire, in addition to moving north, now seemed to, quote, come out of the black sky. No fire was ever witnessed by any of the neighboring communities or law enforcement officials.
Is that trying to insinuate that only he could see it?
No, I think it's saying only people within the town could see it. 'Cause
Okay, yeah. Oh, in neighboring
or law
communities, yeah,
enforcement
okay.
officials, yeah.
I mean, the more this goes on, the more I think you're right about it being some kind of hell opening
Hell.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like maybe the children were spared for it. Like hell's descending on the town, like a Sodom and Gomorrah thing almost. But the lost loved ones are coming to take the children out of it before it happens.
Could be. I mean, Erica, I don't think we specifically got how old she was, but she could have been a child, you know?
Yeah. The reports continued until 12:09 a.m. on the morning of August 14th, 1952. The last phone call, placed by Mr. Benjamin Endicott, reported that the fire in the sky had grown so intense that it began to appear as daytime over the town. Phone call ended abruptly. This is from the phone call placed by Benjamin Sherman Endicott.
Just hold on. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, I see something. It's to the south. It looks like...
The next phone call wouldn't be placed until the following evening. The following is the entire transcript of the final phone call to be received by the Hays Police Department out of the town of Ashley, Kansas. It was placed at 9:46 p.m. on the evening of August the 15th, 1952. In this recorded phone call, the officer on duty is Officer Peter Welsh. The caller has been identified as Miss April Foster. Hays Police Department. Hello?
Yes. Yes. Hello?
Ma'am, who am I speaking with?
My name is April. April Foster. Please, sir. Please help me.
What's happening, ma'am?
Last night they came back.
Ma'am, I need you to...
Last night they came back.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to calm down and speak clearly. What happened? Who came back?
Everyone.
Everyone?
They all came in the fire.
What do you mean, everyone?
My son. I saw my son last night. He was walking down the street. He was burned. Jesus Christ, he was burned.
Ma'am,
He died last year. I raised him since he was a baby. It was just me and him. I told him to watch for cars. He rode his bike, but he never wanted to listen.
Ma'am, what you're saying isn't making any sense. You said everyone came
Are you
back?
fucking listening to me? Everyone! Everyone came back! Everyone who died or went missing, they're back! And they're looking for us. He said, Mommy, I'm okay now, see? I can walk again. Where are you, Mommy? I want to see you.
Ma'am, where are you now? Are you safe?
I'm hiding. Just like everyone else. We saw them coming from the fields. Some people opened their doors for them. God, screaming. I don't know what happened to them. But the houses caught fire and they caved in. I have my curtains drawn. I'm hiding in the closet right now and...
Ma'am, is everything all right? Are you okay? Ma'am.
Oh my God!
Ma'am.
Something just came in! No!
Ma'am, stay as quiet as you can. Don't make a sound.
Mommy! Mommy! He came inside!
Dude, there was no way for me to do that.
Oh, you were doing so good. You were doing so good. You were killing
I
it.
tried.
Oh, that was great.
Oh, fuck, there's
That's
more.
screaming about that screaming about his legs worked or whatever. You were nailing it.
Stay absolutely still. Don't leave.
Mommy, where are you hiding?
Ma'am, this isn't funny. It's not funny, but I need you to stay quiet.
I found you, Mommy!
Ma'am. What are they doing to you in there?
What the hell's your boy doing? Hello?
The following morning at 6:55 a.m., the law enforcement officials of the Hayes Police Department arrived at the location of Ashley, Kansas. A smoldering, burning fissure in the earth was all that remained. We're going to take a quick break from the show to thank today's sponsor, Manscaped.com, because Manscaped has a new special treat for all of our bald kings in the audience. That, of course, is the Dome Shaver Pro and the Dome Smoother Aftershave. The Dome Shaver Pro comes with 5 premium rotary blades optimized for head shaving. Designed to give you the cleanest, smooth shave possible, the Shaver Pro features skin-safe technology, meaning that there will be no ifs and or buts about nicks and cuts when you shave. You like that? You like that little limerick? The Dome Shaver is also fully waterproof, meaning you can use it in the shower or at the sink without worry. And on top of that, the Dome Shaver has 90 minutes of battery life and is also rechargeable, meaning you can get a lot of shaves out of it and then you simply plug it up and forget about it when you need a recharge. Then after that fantastic shave, you can use the Dome Soother, a dermatologist tested aftershave that's infused with aloe, gotu kola, and oats. The Soother is also alcohol and cruelty free. So, you're already bald. There's no reason to feel worse about yourself. Not that I feel like I'm better than bald people by any means, because now you have something to show for it. So if you want in on this fantastic head grooming game, then head over to manscaped.com to get your Dome Shaver Pro and Dome Soother today. Use promo code CREEPCAST to get 20% off your order and free shipping. That is right, 20% off your order and free international shipping. All you have to do is use promo code CREEPCAST at the link in the description at manscaped.com. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Manscaped for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link in the description. And we are now back to the show.
For a story about just like basically hell opening up and the dead walking the earth again, it also kind of seems like, yes, they are. I think once again, I think you predicted that right. I think it is the people, but they're just corrupted.
Yeah. It's like hell. It's like, the souls, the worst parts of them are, condemned to hellfire or whatever. And then they've been burnt and stuff like that. So there's one belief I've heard, like, not really Christianity. This is more like sort of a esoteric, extra spiritual belief that I think's cool, is that when you die, it's not that you either go to heaven or hell. It's that the good parts of you, the holy parts, go to heaven, and the wicked, base parts of you go to hell. So you're effectively separated in half.
That's fascinating.
And then salvation, quote unquote, is which part your consciousness, your thoughts go with.
Sure.
Which one is more one way or the other.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone that's sent to hell, like, sure, it's that person, but it is the evil. It's the bitterness, the part you want to wash out of them. It's almost like this child that's returned is like this part, the evil that's been burning for a year, like come to find her.
Yeah. Or even just kind of Pet Cemetery-esque, like you just come back wrong. You come back evil.
The ground sour. Yeah.
So almost like even if you were a child, that like festering hatred that's probably in every human being has just like, boiled and marinated over time. I do think too, as the story goes, I like that it's all from the afterthought, and you get that like one little preamble at the end that gives you just a little peek in, but it doesn't reveal its hand too much. Because I feel like the more you reveal of that, the more that I think hell can become very like not scary in a story sense. Yeah. I think the idea of the mystery of hell and the things that hell can obviously be horrifying. So I think that it rode that fine line. And it's, the length of it felt fun too. Like it felt like just a nice little, like a nice passing car.
I agree. It lost me a little bit at the ending.
With the transcript, like the call.
Yeah. Well, not the like a transcript's fine, but more specifically like the mommy, where are you at? Mom? Like it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah. Yeah,
because you can do you,
because it's
you
like,
can have.
not only
I think
not only were you funny,
Yeah.
but also it's like I get it. You know, I know that it's like a demon son
Well,
from
yeah,
hell.
it's-
I don't need it to be like, Mommy,
yeah,
where are
Mommy,
you? You know?
I see you.
it's like
Yeah,
that was
exactly,
creepy
yeah.
in
Like,
Pet Cemetery.
standard.
Like then in the 80s when ever since then
Right,
I feel
yeah.
like every movie gets one mommy from me before I roll my eyes because I've never met anyone in my fucking life, even as a child, that's ever said mommy or daddy. Don't like that already. So to me, I'm like, you have like one like, oh mommy, like you're
Hey.
coercing somebody in because it would have been
Hold
interesting.
on, wait. Hold on, you're not walking over that one.
What?
What do you mean you've never heard a child call their mom mommy?
I have never once heard a child say mommy or daddy. Never once.
Okay, have you been around a child? Have you seen
I
the
wouldn't
children?
say a lot. I try to. My cousins have children, and I try to. I'm not a big kid person. Like I don't like. You know, like I don't know. People are like, oh, they got a new baby. We got to go. So I'm not. That's not me. Whatever. They're like, oh, it's his 3rd birthday. Like none of that. Don't care for any of that. To me, I don't even. If I had a child,
Maybe you're just a bad person. Have
that
you ever
could be.
considered
That very well could be the case.
That-
All I know is this. You could more so what I'm trying to get at too is that you can say the mommy line once to deceptively try to like lure the person out, but then I think it might have been fun to just see that change immediately. So instead of like continuously hitting that kind of child trope of like mommy whatever I see you and try to be creepy that way, to me it would have almost been creepier if they would have dropped the child act and I guess took another tone with it.
Yeah, I think it works, but I think it could have worked better. Again, I think overall it's a good story. I called it from the beginning with like it's like a hell thing. I think the Sodom and Gomorrah comparison is accurate. Like for whatever reason, this one specific town is facing Judgment Day sooner than everyone else, right? So it's like the children are taken away, hellfire's brought down. I think maybe the story would be a bit more interesting if it leaned into that, like what the sins of the town might have been.
Yeah, that
I like the idea that the nearby police try to get in and they can't. I like that the ground was like this giant burnt out hole. Like the entire thing was purified from the earth,
salted,
and then the ground just built over it. Yeah, almost like it's like hell itself is like cleansing the earth of its like fissure, and then moves on.
To have a Judgment Day just be to a certain community is fun because I like the idea of you could just be like, oof, what if that happens to us next? Or like it, I always enjoy when stories have that, when you kind of, you leave the viewer kind of like looking over their shoulder a bit of like, am I going to be next? Am I the next victim? Like that's, in my opinion, that's always a very strong story. That was fun though. The disappearance of Ashley Kansas.
It was fun.
That's cool.
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed anything to make you do the mommy voice. That was hilarious.
Well, guess what? Here's the next mommy. The next story is called Eyeless Jack.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I'm looking, and I'm on creepypasta.com right now looking. And what's the first thing I saw above the story is 2 little paragraphs I wanted to read here. Like many creepypasta characters, there was an ekphrastic element. What the fuck does ekphrastic mean?
I've actually never heard that word in my life.
That's a made up word. Like many creepypasta characters, there was a made up word element to Eyeless Jack's creation, meaning that the actual story of Eyeless Jack came after or was inspired by the image. That story was eventually posted to creepypasta by a user named Azelf5000 on February 25th, 2012. Once again, those 2012s. And was presented as a first-person account of an encounter with Eyeless Jack. Interestingly, the original creepypasta was removed by its creator in the wake of the original Jeff the Killer story being removed, with its author expressing a desire to remove it himself before the admins of the site could. So I think that's
so
anytime
funny.
we can get Jeff the Killer thrown in here, which I still think, dare I say, is I don't know if I can say it's the worst one still. I'm still wondering.
No, because Squidward's unaliving or
Squidward's is really bad. I almost don't.
That was fun. That was fun bad.
You think so?
Jeff the Killer was just
I think
bad.
Jeff the Killer
Yes,
was. I think
was great. Do you remember how hard you laughed when he died?
I mean, don't get me wrong, but I was laughing pretty hard with Jeff the Killer too, with the bullies and stuff. I thought all that. I mean,
that's
it had a bunch of fun. It had a bunch of fun moments.
that was our second
Versus,
episode. Look at us
versus
now.
I don't know, the thing in the basement. That was just unbearable. That was just torturous. Like you laughing was just.
that had good moments too. What are you, some kind of monster? No, Monster Hunter, huh? Like that's undefeated.
Only
That's
come
one of the
here when there's
funniest
spooky
things.
shit. And trust me, this is some seriously spooky shit. Whatever.
You would put that thing behind 10 locks and keys. Like just it was such bizarre wording on stuff.
But yes, this is by Azel 5000, aka Thunder/Joey. I don't know what the hell that means, but this is a very, very short story. So I say, let's just burn through it. Let's burn through it, and hope the cringe consumes us.
I will mention that I have seen this character drawn in. So
you don't need to say that.
Hello, my name is Mitch. I'm here to tell you guys about an experience I had. I don't know if it was paranormal or whatever stupid words people use to describe.
I don't know if it's paranormal or whatever stupid fucking words people use for supernatural phenomena like ghosts.
I already love it.
I'm ready, dude.
I haven't looked at this story since I was.
This is once again. This has got to be some primo, very edgy, like 13-year-old energy.
Yeah. Well, when I was 12, I'm like, this is so good.
Yeah, this is.
I never liked Eilish. I never liked Eilish Jack that much, but I remember it. I remember it being like favored in the same way other stuff was. Like Jeff the Killer, the image was out there, so people made a story around it. Same with this. Don't know if it was paranormal or whatever stupid words people use to describe supernatural phenomena. But after that thing visited me, I believe in that paranormal trash now.
I believe in that paranormal trash, that fucking gunk beneath my boot.
That stupid idiot stuff. Yeah, it tried to kill me. It tried to eat me alive. I actually believe that.
Now. I just like the pod.
Now.
The comma.
Yeah,
it's
the
like
comma is great. A week after I moved in with my brother Edwin, after my house was foreclosed, I finished unpacking. Wait, what's the structure of that sentence? A week after I moved in with my brother Edwin, after my house was foreclosed,
what?
I finished unpacking. That feels like one of those sentences you would get when you were in the 4th grade. Like, correct the sentence. Which part should this? Place be
how
moved to?
old is this person supposed to be that his house was foreclosed?
I don't know. But
okay.
This is again how a 12-year-old
Sure.
about.
They're like, yeah,
stuff.
just assume that's my dad's house because obviously I don't have a house because I'm a kid,
But I've heard the word foreclosed in relation to houses.
Yeah, I heard Foreclosure and Happy Gilmore, which is my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, we're reading about. It makes it sound like we're reading about a 54-year-old man who's on his 3rd marriage and 8th job.
So a week, anyways, this paranormal stuff started happening. So a week after I moved in with my brother Edwin, who's 63.
Yeah, the way you would write that sentence is a week after my house was foreclosed, I moved in with my brother Edwin. It doesn't need to be whatever. Right. Edwin liked the idea of me moving in since we had not seen each other for 10 years. So I was excited too. the grammar is killing me.
So I was excited too.
Wait, they haven't seen each other in 10 years?
This actually seriously might be a 54-year-old and a 63-year-old.
It might be. Yeah, how old are these people? My gosh. I soon fell asleep after I moved in. The way these are phrased is so funny. I moved in, I fell asleep.
I soon fell asleep after I moved in.
It's like, yeah, you mean you went to bed there?
Yeah,
eventually?
so what? You just went to you fell asleep in a house? What the fuck? Like, why?
This is written by an alien. After that first week, I heard rustling noises coming from outside at about 1 a.m. I thought it was a raccoon, so I ignored it and tried to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Edwin about it, and he agreed. These commas.
Hey, Edwin. Yeah, I think I heard a raccoon. You probably did. Okay.
That's yeah.
Okay.
It's like,
all right.
Hey, Edwin. Yeah, there was a noise outside. Okay, I think it was a raccoon. Uh-huh. Do you agree? Yeah. The next night, however, I thought I heard my window opening and a loud thump, as if something entered my room. I darted up and looked around my room, but I saw nothing. The next morning, Edwin dropped his coffee cup when he saw me. He held up a nearby mirror and I saw myself. I had a large
Edwin,
I had a large gash in my left cheek.
Edwin takes off a comically large gothic mirror off his wall and holds it up to his brother.
It's like bigger than he is. He's like waddling over.
Look at yourself. You have a large gash in your left cheek.
These interactions are so alien. I imagine it's like, oh, hello, brother, I haven't seen in 10 years. And then the next morning he's like, raccoon. Yeah. And then they don't talk the rest of the day.
How do we know this isn't the author of this didn't have the first version of AI or like a Chat GPT? Because this feels like a story written by AI, like the way that it's like trying to be human.
GPT would not add this many commas.
That is true. It would know that that's wrong. All right. That's true. That's true.
So to keep in mind, our protagonist is in the bed and then he hears a thump and then he's like, oh, nothing's here. And then unknowingly to him, something cut his face open.
Yeah. Bad enough to where his brother Edwin had to grab a literal mirror off the wall and put it up
dropping his coffee, like shattering it on the ground. After I was rushed to the hospital, my doctor told me that I must have been sleepwalking, but then he showed me something that made my blood turn cold. He lifted up my shirt to reveal a sewn up incision where my kidneys were.
Eyeless Jack took his kidneys. Holy shit.
He took his kidneys.
He took his fucking kidneys. Oh my God. That's awesome. Oh God. Also, I like how Eyeless Jack fucking like took the guy's kidneys, but he's like, here's something for you to remember me with, and like cut his cheek for what reason? You already took the guy's kidneys.
He took his kidneys and then cut him on the cheek so that he would have a plot element to be scared of before he then goes to the doctor.
How did Mitch not wake up during any of this? You have a guy cutting this son of a bitch open, and Mitch is really like,
but he heard a drop in his door.
It was like on the window, and he was like, "Oh my God, what?" And he's like, "That's nothing. It's probably just one of those raccoons, right, Edwin?" Right. He's in the room next door. Right, probably raccoon. Okay.
But then it's good, dude. I forgot. I thought I hadn't heard this story in so long. From what I remembered, Eyeless Jack just kills you or something, right? I forgot about the kidney part. That's great. Oh my God.
Oh my God. I read the next line.
I stared into his eyes, mine widening.
You somehow lost your left kidney last night.
The doctor told me.
We don't know how, though. Sorry, Mitch.
Oh my God.
That makes the doctor, to be fair, that makes the doctor so suspicious. We don't know how, though. I'm sorry, Mitch. I don't know what happened.
Oh, you're missing your kidney? Oh, that's weird.
Mitch,
anyway.
I don't know what to tell you. That's so funny.
You're going to want to see this.
You're going to want to probably get that figured out.
That's the health guy. Do you remember Jeff the Killer? Jeff's little brother is like, I stabbed that kid. The cop's like, well, that's a year in juvie. It just takes him straight to jail.
Yeah, I'm the judge and the executioner. You're going to juvie for 1 year.
This is the healthcare equivalent of that. You just lost. Oh, you lost your kidney last night? Well, that sucks. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The next night was my breaking point. Not losing the kidney.
Yeah, no,
that was
you
fine.
could take my left kidney. That's fine. But now you've really started to peeve me off.
You've gone too far. Around midnight, I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. You know, a kid saw this picture.
Oh yeah.
And was like, "This is so cool," and he wrote this.
Horrifying.
He wrote this in 7 minutes. Yeah, like the whole thing, right?
There's definitely a kid too who doesn't understand the severity of like how he probably heard, because that's kind of a meme, right? Oh yeah, they took my kidneys or whatever. People, like that was
or like the whole thing that like, oh, you get roofied at a bar, wake up with
you're in a bathtub full of ice and your kidneys are gone or whatever. Yeah, so he probably saw that in a movie because I'm pretty sure that's in the movie I Know What You Did Last Summer. I'm almost positive
it is. I think it is. Yeah.
So he probably saw that and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna have your kidneys, so it's fine when you live. So it's like that's step one in this horrifying process.
Yeah, a kid saw that, not really realizing like the gravity or what that would imply in the real world and stuff. Is like, oh, it can take an organ and you can still be alive. That's cool. That's going in the story. Yeah. I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. I was staring face to face with a creature.
Here we go.
They always always use the word creature. It's always the word creature. Never monster, thing, being, presence. It's always the creature. They always say, do you know the word creature was banned for a while from r/2 sentence horror stories?
Really?
Because because everyone was using the word creature in every story that became a meme. They'd write 2 sentence stories that are like, I felt a weird presence in my house. It was then that I saw the creature.
It was then I saw the creature. I want that on a shirt so bad. There's a weird presence. It was then I saw the creature.
It became a joke to go on 2 sentence horror and just like make something dumb with the word creature in it. Like, I almost felt like Christmas, except I've got no eggnog. Thankfully, I can just milk some more from the creature. The family enjoys their milk at the table. Little do they know it was harvested from my creature.
I like how the majority of them are literally just milking some kind of creature.
Hey, chef, I called into the kitchen. My meal began being produced by a creature.
Hey, chef. Yes, chef.
Okay. Yeah, you get the idea. People just
Let's keep we're almost done with this.
we'll get you through. Well,
I want to get done with this fucking Eyelash Jack bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm having a great time. I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and dark blue mask with no nose or mouth staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes.
That would be the most horrifying part of a person breaking into your room, is them having no eyes.
Yeah, that would be pretty not
wearing
good.
a mask that you can't see their eyes. That's the scariest part about all this.
Just empty black sockets. The creature also had some black substance dripping from its sockets. I grabbed a camera from the nearby mantle and took a picture. Immediately after taking the shot, the creature lunged at me and tried to claw open my chest to get to my lungs.
Of course. Natural conclusion.
It wants its organs. It wants its organs. I stopped it by kicking it in the face.
Nice.
As I ran out of my room, I grabbed my wallet. I would need the money. What do you mean you need the money?
Yeah.
I ran out of my brother's house into the night. I eventually ended up in the woods near Edwin's house and tripped on a rock.
I just like how he left his brother in there with the guy.
Yeah. What a loser.
Like, well, I guess I'm going to need this bus ticket.
I'm glad he grabbed the wallet. You know, that's something, I guess. I fell unconscious and woke up in the hospital. My doctor, the same one who treated me before, entered the room.
I have good news and bad news, Mitch. The good news is that you had minor injuries and your parents are going to pick you up. The bad news is that your brother has been killed by some thing. Sorry.
Yes. I've got good news. You're all right. Bad news. Your brother's dead.
It's the fucking has been killed by something, so they know what it is, and then he just ends it with sorry about that.
The idea of the doctor, just like he's about to go tell a man his brother's dead, and he kicks open the door like, well, it's one of them good news, bad news scenarios. Also, what do you mean you're getting picked up by your parents? I thought this guy was like 40.
We have no idea
in 10 years.
How old this man is.
He has a foreclosed house. Had to see his brother in 10 years, but his parents are picking him up.
We have no idea. We have no idea.
Yeah, we have weird setup stuff that doesn't mean anything, like his house got foreclosed on.
Why do you even have to have the foreclosed thing? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I went to go live with my brother? Why to say that his house got foreclosed, which it's like, let's finish this last paragraph.
My parents took me back to Edwin's house to collect my remaining belongings, which I did. Upon entering my room, I was scared, but remained calm. I grabbed my camera and then stopped dead in my tracks. In the hallway leading to my room, I saw Edwin's body.
What?
Something small lying next to it.
Wait, they just left his dead body in the house? The cops just left
the cops left his body, and they can't, for some reason, we don't even know why the police showed up to the house, because he was unconscious outside and Edwin's presumably dead in the house. So the cops show up, they're like, hey, this guy dead, that's weird. So they like something did it, so they put his brother in the hospital and leave the body.
I'm guessing it's supposed to be a crime scene, but we have not established that at all. is what I'm
No,
guessing.
he's acting like it's an empty house.
That's what I'm.
that he's
That's what
walking
it
into,
reads
yeah.
as for sure. But I feel like he's probably saying that it's. I don't know.
Again, this was written by a child. I saw Edwin's body and something small lying next to it. I retrieved it up and entered my parents' car, not mentioning Edwin's corpse.
Wait. Okay. So wait. Not mentioning Edwin's corpse. So
Wait.
they're just like, hey, can you go into Edwin's house even though he's dead? So they. Are we under the impression that they don't know that Edwin's dead body's lying there?
I guess not.
Okay.
No one knows, I suppose. I looked at the thing I had picked up and nearly vomited. I was holding my stolen half-eaten kidney. Yes! Yes! With some black substance on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, my gosh. That's so good.
That killed me.
Oh, my gosh. He saw his brother's dead body and he says, there was a thing there. So I just pick it up. I don't look at what the thing is. I get in the car and I look down at it and it's my kidney, half eaten.
That this story hurt me.
That was great. That was so good, dude.
If there was a dead
his
body,
brother's body's left there. For some reason, the doctor knows that it's there, but no one else does.
no one else knows.
And then he goes and he's like, "Oh, there's a thing there," and he thinks it's like he phrases it like it's a coin or a note.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "It was neither of those things at all. Instead, it was an organ, my organ."
So here's a couple questions I have. One, if there was a dead body and there was an organ, would you just assume that it's, how would you know that it's your kidney? Okay. Well, just number one there, right?
Right.
Number two is so in the hospital, does the doctor not tell the family that the other son is dead? And then also, do they just let is the family so nonchalant?
How did the doctor know that the other son
I don't
was
know.
dead?
I have no idea. All I know is the family is like either delusional because they're just like, all right, we'll be waiting here in the car. We'll see you. Just grab your stuff and we'll head on out.
For this unidentified 15 to 87-year-old man.
Wow. That was terrible. That might have actually been my least favorite story we've ever read.
That was, dude. No, how? It's so funny.
Yes,
it's so bad. It's good. This is like the Room of stories. It's not like that. We've read stories that are just boring. You remember the second half of what was the Ben drowned thing?
God.
That whole log.
No, that's true. That's true.
That's boring.
That's
this
true.
is memorable.
That's true.
I had a
That's true.
great time reading this. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank God too. You know what? I'll give it credit. It was short. It was very, very short.
It was very short, dude. That's so funny. I looked down and it was I remember being 12 and listening to this story and was like, I never liked it that much, but I didn't remember it being so bad. Oh, that's funny. It went for my lungs. It clearly reached for my lungs, and then it killed my brother, and then it told the doctor and nobody else, and then it had my half-eaten kidney. I think my brother was trying to eat my kidney.
It was lunging at me. It wanted my lungs. It was going to steal my lungs.
I think realistically, this thing was going to eat my kidney.
If I'm being
I
honest,
think I come to the same conclusion. I think I come to the conclusion that it was trying to eat my kidney.
it led me to believe that it was going to go for my kidneys and then eventually go for my lungs and sell it on the black market before dining on it before he sells it.
This story has 8.7 out of 10 stars on creepypasta.
I think I refuse to. Those are fixed. Those are Chinese bots that are flooding and giving it.
I am being honest. I have seen so much porn of this.
We
character,
don't talk
back when
enough. We don't need to talk about that.
Because yeah, I do. I need to. Someone's got to be my psychiatrist. Back when I was like really into creepypasta community, I would read all like the fan stories and fan spinoffs and stuff, and a bunch of them were like weirdly sexual, like like snuff, like very book talk-esque, right? And then I would be like, people would do cool fan art of them. I'd be like, oh, okay, so let me just go search creepypasta fan art, and then just so much like Rule 34 of Jeff the Killer, Slender Man, Eyeless Jack, a lot of young people who had a lot of complicated emotions and too good capabilities of drawing, and it just manifested in a bad way. So,
and there it is. I say we move over to r/no sleep again, and we put a nice pin in it today with reading. Okay, first off, it says not safe for work. So don't know what this entails.
Our audience suggesting a not safe for work story. They would never do that.
I'm just
I've
putting
never heard
that out
of
there.
Hunter.
We did
it's not
have
like
the-
that's what I thought was going to happen from the start of this whole thing.
18 plus. It is, and this one's called the Pancake Family. The title honestly it gets you pretty good. It feels innocent, but there's a level of maliciousness to it.
Real quick, I need to read a couple more of these 2-sentence horror stories that I saw while I was searching it. I need to just put this out
I
there.
hate you.
They said the library was safe and nothing was here. I think about how that was a lie as I sit here, bleeding out from my missing arm.
Can you imagine a full 2-hour podcast with 2-sentence horrors?
Just me and you doing this for 2 hours.
God, that would be hell.
As I
No!
as I
No more, Isaiah! No! No more!
as I
God,
fell on my bed.
Please. Can we just read the Pancake Family?
I decided to go on a tour of the IKEA factory. Little did I know that I would find the creature that lays the IKEA meatballs.
Jesus Christ. All right, not safe for work. The Pancake Family. We're good. We're
Give
gonna
me
get
one
to
more.
it.
Give me one more.
You do that. You read it to them. I'm gonna go grab a Baja Blast.
No, I haven't.
I'm getting a Baja Blast.
Like Hunter is so privileged. This guy,
He hears Eyeless Jack and he's like, wow, I can't believe that
Physically hurt me. It's the worst thing I ever heard. He wasn't in the trenches where I was. Okay, he didn't grow up with like the worst excuse for horror
did he drive to Taco Bell to get a Baja Blast? Is that what he
I'm
meant?
coming back. And if there's still 2-sentence horror being read, I quit.
Come on in, have a seat, said the dentist who invented the electric chair.
Who invented the electric chair? All right, r/no sleep, and this was uploaded 8 years ago by A.A. Peterson. I don't know what A.A. Peterson, what AA stands for, but I'm going to assume it means amazing author.
Sure, babe. Whatever you think. Whatever you think's best.
I guess it's just between people. Someone's being interviewed. So this is kind of has another kind of transcripty feel to it, which should be fun.
All right. And again, if this is too mature or weird and stuff, this is Hunter's fault.
I take full responsibility.
That pale, huh? Man, I bet I look like a ghost. I feel like I've bled out 2 gallons. What? No, not a scratch. Sorry to ramble. It's just that I'm, what's the word for it? Detached. Strange feeling. Seen it enough times in the field. Sort of figured if I was ever going to experience myself, then I would have experienced it by now. A hell of a thing. I feel like I'm floating outside of my body. Just cut the cord and I'd float away. Did you see the crime scene? Don't look at the pictures. Don't even touch the file. You'll thank me. I can't get my knees to stop rattling. Is that why you're holding on to your coffee like that? I'm shaking the table, aren't I? Hold on a second. Let me back up my chair. There. That's better.
We've got to go official now, Hob. Can you confirm for the record that you've been waiving your right to an attorney?
No, I'm still not interested in an attorney. I mean, yes, I'm waiving my rights. Sorry. And I'm as sound of mind as I'll ever be.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Let the record show that Detective Hobson Millgate, retired, has waived his rights to an attorney.
I won't need a lawyer after the DA stops puking and considers taking it public. They're not showing that to a jury.
Are you ready to begin?
No, but I'll talk anyway.
What led you to the crime scene on that night in question?
Would you believe I was planning a fishing trip before this started? Never mind. Hold on, I'm thinking. Sorry, just hard to organize it. Never been on this side of the interrogation table before. I guess it started with the reporter, name of Bomber. She contacted me a week ago by email and claimed that she had new information on the Driscoll murders. I was the lead investigator, so, the case had gone unsolved for 20 years, cold as ice. Frankly, I thought it was all bullshit at first. You know that can be. Most of the time, it's not even on purpose. It's just that everyone thinks they know something that will crack a case wide open. Theories are easy when you don't have to check them against any evidence. The Driscoll murders were a big story around these parts, and there was, lots of interest, lots of press. Over the years, I must have gotten a couple hundred shit theories, but none of them panned out. When I retired, I handed the investigation over to Detective Carroll, but I didn't want him to be bothered. I know he's a busy guy, with the recent gang activity and whatnot, so I figured I'd check it out as a courtesy. I wasn't expecting it to go anywhere. I met her for lunch at Per Year's Cafe. It's a good-looking blonde gal, professional, so she didn't fit the typical profile of a hoaxer or some conspiracy theorist. Not that I put too much faith in profiles, but, she also might have been one of those creepy gals that gets off on death. God knows I've dealt with those too. I still thought she might be pulling my leg, or maybe she had been fooled too, but she had a file with her, and it looked legit. It contained what appeared to be a confession by the Driscoll. Well, he wasn't a murderer, was he? I do really wish he had been, though. Like it would have been so much better for everyone if it was that
Can you
simple.
please fill us in on relevant details of the Driscoll case?
Let's see. It would have been 20 years ago now. Thinking of all those years, 20 damn years. That's a long time to be.
Take your time, Hub.
Yeah, thanks. The Driscolls were a family of 6 out in the suburbs. Upper middle class. Father was an attorney. Mother ran her own business selling pottery out of the house. Let's see, 4 children, all high school age or below. They were good kids, honor roll, no criminal records of any kind to speak of. The oldest son was caught smoking dope at his high school once, but nothing much besides that. Just the typical stuff you find when you look at people too closely. They disappeared, I think it was October 13th, 1994. No trace of the bodies. The mystery, and seeing as how it was right around Halloween, is probably why the press went so crazy. You still see it show up on some of those unsolved mystery shows. Whole family disappeared and no one saw a thing. No one knew where they went. A neighbor logged a sound complaint, which is how we got involved in the first place. There's an alarm going off and they figured it might be an intruder or something. We dispatched a vehicle. When no one answered the door, the patrolman went in to investigate. So yeah, there were obvious signs of a struggle in the youngest daughter's bedroom. The bed had been flipped over and the sheets were torn off. The alarm was a carbon monoxide detector. We found elevated concentrations of carbon monoxide in the fabric of all the bedspreads, except the youngest daughter's. We wouldn't have known to look without the alarm. So yeah, anyway, the neighbor indicated the alarm had been sounding for over a day, and he'd been unable to get anyone to answer the door during that time. We also found several aluminum canisters and some hoses in a dumpster a few blocks away. At the time, we assumed the Driscolls had been gassed and disposed of at a different location, excepting, of course, the daughter, who woke up at the inn and put up a struggle. So, yeah, as you know, the investigation gave no leads. So real quick pause. This is saying that all of this, like the disappearance, began with the neighbor calling about an alarm going off, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So they disappear there when the alarm goes off. There's like a carbon monoxide thing in all the rooms except for the youngest daughter's. And then that there was never a trace found after that. And that's when it became a big, true, like a unsolved mystery type thing.
Yeah. Yep. Also, the shakiness of this officer, even in the way that they wrote the text so far, do you find him to be? Do you think he's shaken up, or do you feel like it's like an unreliable narrator?
I think he's reliable. I think whatever we're going to get to, whatever has been discovered recently has like haunted him.
Sure.
I think that's where it's go. I think like, because he keeps being like, well, at the time it wasn't, or like, well, back then we didn't know anything. And he's made that one line that's like, I really wish he just murdered them. Right.
The shakiness, yeah. And the shakiness of his voice of an experienced detective being that, I don't know, shaken and like unprofessional in a situation like this feels like he definitely.
I mean, he's talking about 20 years ago when we worked the case. So, you know, he's been working murder cases for 20 years. You think this guy would see everything. And now he's like, man, I wish he was just a murderer. That would make this a lot easier. Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Back into character. Of course, our first thought was that the father did it. We checked it out, but he didn't have any kind of motive. No leads to follow up on. Same with mom. Surviving family checked out clean too. Father had a few clients who might have had motive, but the means weren't there. He was a divorce lawyer, but not for anybody who could have taken out an entire family without leaving evidence. There was a chemistry teacher who lived 3 blocks away, and we investigated him for a while because of the canisters, but he alibied out. So clean there. Same with the dentist who lived nearby. The wife had an online flirtation with some kid out in England, but nothing adulterous, and he wasn't even in the country at the time of the murder, so that's out. We settled unhappily on the idea of a random killing. Hardest pieces of shit to catch when there's no pattern like that. You know, it's just one and done. We must have sunk tens of thousands of man hours into this case, chasing down leads. But yeah, nothing ever came of any of it. We did track down the canisters. They were stolen from a laboratory about 10 miles away. There was no security footage. We couldn't find any leads on the thief. And after 6 months with no repeat attacks, the investigation went cold. So the Driscolls had been knocked out and abducted. Like I said, no one ever found the bodies. Who was to say they hadn't just, you know, run off until, well, you know, I'd rather only talk about that once.
What can you tell us about how the confession wound up with Miss Bomber?
Well, she'd been following the case for some years, both personally and as a reporter. Like I said, it captured the imagination of a whole lot of people. Even seemingly normal folks thought it could have been aliens, ghosts, demons, or, you know, whatever. Miss Bomber published a retrospective on the murders given the 20-year anniversary. It caused a sort of renewed interest, which happened from time to time. As usual, I declined to comment, citing, you know, lack of new evidence. What did I have to say? I remembered her asking for my quote, though, which is why I accepted the lunch meeting. After publication of the article, Miss Bomber claimed that she had been sent a file. She wished to have me authenticate. The most pertinent part of the file was a confession. I assured Miss Bomber that such false documents are not uncommon, especially in older cases like this, you know, and that I'd personally heard 24 confessions of the Driscoll murders. You know, it kind of just becomes standard fare at some point. But she was insistent. Once I felt she wasn't trying to pull off a hoax, or, you know, she wasn't getting off on the idea of talking about a murder, I agreed to the meeting. So she stated that the confession had been mailed to her in the same envelope she showed to me when we met for lunch.
Can you describe its content?
Yeah, old newspaper clippings outlining the progress of my investigation. They seemed appropriately yellowed, so I guess they were, you know, from the trophy book of the perpetrator. There were also 6 photos alleging to be of the individual members of the Driscoll family, as well as several other photos of the facility where they had been taken. Look at that. my hands won't stop shaking. See, I'm trying as hard as I can, and I can't make it happen. I'll have to ask the paramedic for a sedative, I guess, when I'm done with the statement. I don't think I'm gonna sleep otherwise. No, I'm fine. I'm fine for now. I don't want anything to interfere with my recollection. Don't want to mess with the recording and all. I'm fine, but just carrying it around in my head is like sorry, I'll stay focused. Yeah, so the photos were of the Driscoll family, of course. At the time, I didn't know that. The photos had aged poorly, and they could have been of anyone. It was hard to distinguish features. However, given the elaborate nature of the file, I figured it did warrant further look. As to the confession letter, well, it was brief. It gave an address. That's the first thing I noticed. I couldn't locate the address online, which meant it had to be old. The confession letter said, "Stop printing lies. Never killed anyone. Just took a while to get them ready for breakfast." And there was no signature. I just remembered something. Damn it. Yeah, that's right. We got sent a breakfast menu a month after they after the disappearance. Someone had drawn a red circle around a picture of pancakes. Yeah, yeah. The letter said, "They're not dead. They're getting ready for breakfast." We put it in the junk lead file. Damn it. Yeah. Getting ready for breakfast.
Detective Milgate, do you need a moment?
My God. I mean, how could I have known, you know? We tried to track down that menu, you know, we could never find out where it come from. So it wasn't any place local, and any of the identifying information we could use to track down where the menu came from had been cut out. So, you know, I don't know. If we did have it, I don't know what else could have been done. I just, God, yeah.
Why did you decide to personally investigate the location mentioned in the letter?
Sorry. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a hoax. I still wasn't convinced. I had 20 years of people sending me fake evidence. I guess maybe the case kind of captured my imagination too, you know? I always figured one day I'd think of something that I'd overlooked and I'd solve the whole thing. But it felt unbelievable to have someone dump the answer in my lap. I needed to see it with my own two eyes. So yeah, Miss Barmer had pinpointed the location with city records, but neither of us was sure if it was still there. So it was an abandoned industrial building. Last time it had a valid mailing address was 50 years ago. So that tracks on the address from the confession. It might have caved in for all we knew. I think I also wanted to be the one to crack it, you know, whether or not it was dumped into my lap. That case hung over my head for 20 years. Miss Balmer and I agreed to meet there on the following morning.
Can you describe the crime scene?
Yeah. So it was an industrial building, as I stated. Approximately 120 feet long, maybe 45 feet wide. It was a wooden structure. And at first the conditions seemed to match the neighboring buildings. However, I noticed that the facade of it had been recently patched in a few locations. Further investigation also revealed that the entrance to it had been chained and locked. And but my understanding was that it used to be a sheet metal shop. At least I'm sorry. Excuse me. Is there a garbage can? I think I'm gonna throw up. Yeah. Thank you. We. Whatever gagging noises. Yeah. Yeah, Hunter, could you throw up on demand for me? That'd be appreciated.
That'd be so funny if I was like,
just projectile all over stuff. Thanks, Hunter. Appreciate you. Sorry. I thought I was empty. No, I want to get this done with. Then I'm gonna want that sedative. I could smell something from inside the building. Very faintly. I figured that would count as probable cause. Not that I need it as a civilian, but you never forget the way that a corpse smells, you know? They were bad enough that they had that same smell. Like a corpse, that is. I hadn't forgotten how to pick a lock, so I let myself inside. You know, I really do wish that they had just been corpses. And I really, like I said earlier, I really do wish that he had been a serial killer. I do. Please say that you, please say you believe me.
I do. Can you describe the interior of the building?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to focus through this. I apologize. I'm sorry. I am. It's just that, I'd like to go asleep after this for, a really long time. Is that paramedic here? Does he have a sedative ready? Okay. Thank goodness. Okay. So get through it. The warehouse had not been as abandoned as we were previously led to believe. The interior had a hallway, and in this hallway there was like there were 6 rooms, and the construction was old but visibly newer than the rest of the building, so sort of an addition. The walls between each room had been soundproofed. So there were no windows to the outside or doorways between the rooms themselves. So the only access was through the hallway. None of the rooms could get to each other, see each other, hear each other. I tried to make Miss Balmer leave at that point because, you see, the smell was stronger inside, and you could feel it. The smell. It was like a grit stuck in your nose. It's like feeling, it's like sand, like grits of sand all over your skin. The rooms contained presses, hydraulic presses. They were 4 foot by 8 foot. These like custom presses. I couldn't figure out what they were at first because they were hovering over what looked like hospital beds. So there were IV bags in each room, as well as other medical equipment. That's how we kept them alive for so long, of course. I think I've kind of seen I think I'm starting to see black spots right now.
Do you need to take a break or?
The idea of having to start this again is worse than the idea of finishing it.
Then please describe your next course of action.
The building was obviously an active crime scene. I had no doubt at this point. I was in the lair of what I believe to be what I thought was a serial killer. I tried to tell Miss Balmer to leave several times. She refused on the grounds that it would not be right to leave me on my own. There wasn't much to make an issue out of it. My opinion of her was that she was a bit nosy, but basically all right. And I didn't think she'd be a liability if she stayed out of my way. So I had to make a judgment call as to whether or not I should proceed on my own, case the family was somehow, you know, impossibly still alive and perhaps in danger, or if I should leave and call for backup. I told my wife where I was going previously, so I knew my absence would be noted and reported if the worst were to happen. And neither of us could get cell phone reception. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again. It was then that I heard, I mean, really, it wasn't even a gasp. It was like a gasp, but not really, you know. I don't want to describe it any more than that. There was a sound, I'll say that. It drew my attention further on, and I had to act, and that's all that matters. There were some stairs at the very far end of the warehouse, descending to a basement. I told Miss Bomber to remain behind and pulled my service revolver. I had a flashlight on my person as well and turned it on as I descended into the basement. The basement had been hand dug, maybe even over the course of the entire 20-year disappearance, for all I know. I don't know. The floor was dirt, and there was a tunnel that retreated back far enough that it had to be supported with struts at intervals. So yeah, then when my flashlight first illuminated the stack, I wish they'd been dead. I wish he'd been a serial killer.
Please take a moment.
After I recovered, my first thought was, honestly, it was thank God that they're dead. I'm 64 years old, for God's sakes. I'm not a young man who can forget things anymore like I used to. You know, when you're young, you have this sense that you're like invincible and you're never gonna die. I don't have that to protect me anymore. I mean, look at me whining when they had that done to them. It's my fault. I should have found them, saved them. I don't know how, somehow, anyhow.
I'm sorry, Hob. I'm sorry. I've got to ask. Can you describe the scene?
Yeah. I can. I didn't know what I was looking at first. I mean, hell, I still don't. It was a stack. Maybe 2 feet thick. From the stink and the coloring, it was obviously made of flesh. I thought maybe he had hacked them up, you know, and then like stacked them up in pieces like that. That would have been bad enough. But the first thing that alerted me to the truth was the eyeball. On top of the stack was a perfectly round eye in the middle of a socket that had been distorted to the size of a saucer. That's when I realized what I was looking at. 20 years of torture, basically, is what I was looking at. He had the entire Driscoll family under those presses for 20 years. He was keeping them alive on an IV drip, increasing the pressure on them so very slowly that their bodies had time to adapt, until they had been flattened like pancakes. He squished them by about 1/4 inch every year for 20 years. And then he'd pulled them out when they were too broken, wretched to move, without any chance of recovery, and then he just stacked them on top of each other. I don't know. I have no idea for. I don't want to know what for. And I was still thinking, thank God they're all dead, when the one on top started gasping again.
What did they say?
Well, they didn't say anything at first. Nothing at first. It couldn't speak without help. I think it would have been Avery Driscoll. Not that I could tell much about the gender or the age, but the hair was blonde, where there was hair at least. The head was a mess of scars. I think the son of the bitch who did it must have removed parts of their skulls. I've got no idea how he got their heads so flat. Otherwise, you know, not as flat as the rest of the bodies, sure, but flat. Who the hell knows how their brains handled that? Their lips were like they were punctured by their own teeth everywhere after the presses had flattened out their noses, I guess. Avery was 14 when she disappeared. I've stopped shaking. Wow. That's damn weird, you know, the way our bodies work, isn't it? What else? There was a machine. It was a sort of pump. I followed a hose with my flashlight and realized everyone in the stack was hooked up to that pump. I don't think they could breathe on their own, you know, not after a while. There simply wasn't enough volume for their lungs to inflate. There was some sort of opening cut right into each of their chest, and there was a switch on the pump. I don't know why I pressed it. I was in a panic. I wanted to do something. Maybe some stupid part of me thought that if I switched it on, they would inflate and be okay, you know? So I switched it, and it increased the volume of air to the topmost hose, and I could hear the pump working harder, which is when Avery started to scream. He begged me to kill him. He said other things too. He didn't make much sense. He kept yelling "Bane of Error" over and over again. Something about the family too. Didn't understand it. He was in pain, and I hope, or at least I would hope, that he had gone insane several years previously.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Funny enough. I mean, I didn't know what to do. He wouldn't stop screaming. I think he was convinced I was his torturer. A closer look at his eye revealed that it was mostly a mess of white scar tissue. He was blind as a bat. You know, that thing quit working a while ago. You know, I spoke with some burn victims once, and they told me that they managed to find meaning and purpose again after a while. And that makes sense. That makes sense for them. I get it, but I don't know how anyone in the Driscoll family could have done that. You know, I said my name. I told him I was a detective. I told him I was there to help. I repeated it over and over again, knowing, of course, that there was nothing that anyone anywhere could do to help. This bomber arrived. She was drawn by the sound. Before she saw the stack, she told me that I had screamed and she had come to help, but I don't remember having done that. But nevertheless, she had arrived, so I must have. Then she saw the stack and screamed, but I was intent. I was like looking at Avery Driscoll, and he was able to hear. So he became lucid for a few moments, and it was a strain to understand what he said, but I'll never forget what I think he said. You know, he said something to the effect of, "Please kill me. It hurts. I don't want to be a monster. Kill me, kill me. Tell my family I died a long time ago. I don't know if they're still looking for me. Don't let them know what happened to me. Please kill me. He could still cry somehow, and he did. Although his tear ducts were they were too deformed for it to be noticeable, but I knew what he was doing. I should have forced Miss Bomber to leave. That's the only action in the matter which I regret more than failing to solve the case, 20 years ago. Not just for her own sake, but what she did next. I don't think she could have wounded them any more deeply if she tried. She took away the last comfort any of them in the stack had. So you see, they had not been able to speak to one another for 20 years. And so she looks at them and she says, "That's all of them, isn't it? That's the entire Driscoll family. They're all alive in there, the whole family." So for 20 years, to understand why that meant so much, for 20 years, each member of the Driscoll family had been unaware that their fellow inmates were the other members of the family. So they were blind, like I mentioned, they couldn't hear each other. So they'd all been holding out hope that their family was okay. All of them probably dreaming someone out there, loved them and was free from suffering. Do you know what the screams of 6 people tortured over 2 decades, smashed down to a width of 4 inches, sounds like when they're all stacked on top of one another? I'll tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like the gates of hell swinging open.
I think that's enough, Detective Milgate.
Well, not yet, actually. So it was my mistake. I should have tried harder. I tracked down that lead. Maybe that's what they meant, screaming that. It was my error, so it was my responsibility. So I did the only thing I could do to help them at this point. I shot them. Mercy's hard, but I owed it to them. I'm the one that failed to save them. So it only took 1 bullet, to go all the way through. I emptied the revolver though, I wanted to make sure they didn't linger another second if they didn't have to give them that final piece. It was the only kindness I had to give them. So we left and we called for backup. After that, neither Miss Bomber nor I wished to remain with the bodies. I elected not to follow the crime scene investigators back into the basement. I asked if I could make my statement and leave, and after one of them saw what I had seen, they agreed. That sedative I talked about, can I have that now?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you. Please show in the paramedic. I'll roll up my sleeve. My wife's diabetic, so I'm well aware of the routine. Please make sure you have the same courtesy available for Miss Bomber. She seemed to have it worse than me, afterwards at least. That poor woman couldn't even throw up or cry.
Of course. Do you know where she is now? She told the lead of the crime scene she was going home, but we haven't been able to reach her.
Did you try the paper?
Which paper?
Her paper, the Daily World.
Are you sure? There's no one with the last name Bomber on staff with the Daily World.
And with that, we have the end of the story.
So old Bomber was the one who did it, you think, huh?
I think that's the implication. Or she was like an accomplice or something like that, yeah.
Her last name was Bane.
Oh, Bomber. Yeah, what was it?
Bane of Air Bomber.
Bane of Air Bomber. Yeah. Didn't put it together.
Maybe. That's just what I read in the comments there. What'd you think of that one?
It was fun. I enjoyed reading it.
A lot of detective stuff today. I love like transcripts back and
A
forth.
lot
with
of a lot of that and Eyeless Jack.
that and Eyeless Jack, which you can't put a price on gold.
You can't see now. Now you're getting it. How do I feel about that one?
I think it has an interesting. I mean, it was. I liked it. I think that it's fun to have the people pressed together like a weird pancake thing. Even though I have no idea what you would get. I don't know what you would get out of that. It's kind of like a weird form of torture or whatever, but maybe a bit more of the investigative side, or maybe even it would have been fun to have it not be a transcript and just be like a log or something, like you're following the person on the first time of this, you know, which I know that it sets up the kind of the very creepypasta ending of you have the person being like, but there is no person named this at the Daily World.
Yeah, it's the ending's kind of like stereotypical. I can't tell you how many creepypastas I've read that have ended like, oh, what do you mean? That was my best friend Clay. And they're like, Clay's been dead for 14 years.
Yeah.
You know, like
what?
Yeah. It kind of does that. So I'm not crazy about that.
The idea of hydraulic, it's kind of the same thing, the same complaint I have with Jigsaw, where it's like, yeah, you're an engineer, but how the hell do you have the money or resources to like set up these elaborate things? Like in Jigsaw or Saw, the movie Saw, it's like, how many industrial park places are abandoned for you to set up these crazy traps? And with this, it's kind of like, how did they set up? I mean, what were the dimensions again? It was like 6 feet by 8 feet, like huge.
Massive. It's a human pancake press.
It's a hydraulic press, which once again, for the story, it's fiction, whatever, you know, you can have the suspension of belief, but still, I'm just like, who has the resources to do that?
I felt, so I was actually kind of laughing a bit leading up to, because I could tell like where he was going as soon as he said stack. I knew what he was getting at.
I looked at the camera like, okay.
I was starting to giggle a bit. It wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. I thought they were going to be like completely formed pancakes. Like,
I thought somebody was going to be eating them, or like cannibalism, because the whole thing too is like, oh, they're getting ready for breakfast. It's like, just because you squash somebody like a pancake, I guess it's because then it makes it seem like the person has like a pancake fetish, because they even send them a menu. It's like, you can squash somebody, that doesn't mean like they're a pancake. Like, what the fuck?
There's also questions where he's like, yeah, someone can be flat, but like pancake's a bit of an exaggeration, I guess. I mean, I get it, but whatever. But what he was talking about, he saw the stack. I thought they were going to be perfectly formed pancakes, stuff. So that's why I was laughing a bit. But thankfully there was some level of trying to incorporate biology. Like, they have a machine for their lungs. They're blinded.
Yeah,
they
I mean, like the body horror aspect of it is cool.
Like that works kind of well.
Yeah.
That there's some thought given to the logistics of it. But that being said,
it, to me, it falls into the worst category where it's not totally incompetent and stupid to be really funny, but it doesn't leave enough lasting impression to where, like, I feel like it's just kind of forgettable. You know?
There's not really a narrative or anything. Like I said, I had fun reading it, but there's not really a narrative. It's just kind of like, oh, here's a bad thing that happened. And then you are like taken, like, isn't this disturbing? Be disturbed. And you're like, well, I mean, I guess if I saw this in real life, that'd be pretty bad, but I'm reading about it. And that, but if it doesn't catch you as like, oh, this is so disturbing, then it just falls through. It's just a guy describing something he saw for a while. It's honestly, you haven't seen this yet, but for the audience, it's honestly like Urban Spook. A lot of that work. I have the same critiques about this that I do that. Like, if it doesn't get you as being so like, oh, this is awful, then it's not going to do anything for you.
Yeah.
I liked the writing in some parts. I think.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
I think that was nice.
I think some of the dialogue was a bit like him continuously asking for the sedatives. I thought was a bit overplayed.
Yeah, it's like what do you mean? You went to do an investigation and you're like, does a paramedic have sedatives or whatever? It's like, that's kind of weird.
Which I get it. It's like the guy's shaking up, but I feel like there's other ways you could go about it. I mean, like, all in all, I'm finding more and more, though, I really like these detective kind of like, I like the idea of somebody actually trying to uncover something, and like it's somebody's duty and job. Like, that's always a fun way to play with a narrative, in my opinion. So I would be interested to see more of these. And it's nice too that it's not a kid. Or it's not like it doesn't come from this perspective of like a teenager and like, you know, kind of like a group of kids or something that are dealing with something kind of like it, or, you know, like Baraska, that kind of stuff. I kind of like the idea of it being like an older investigator. It's just that it felt different in that way from some of the other stuff we've read. At least it felt unique in that way. But
it's kind of just a description of a thing that happened, and if that descriptor is not super intense, over the top, spooky to you, then it's kind of whatever. But if you really like this story because you found the whole human squish concept scary or like creepy, then you know I totally understand. But for me, whenever he's like, "Oh, I walked in," I knew where he was going. Where he's like, none of the rooms could hear each other. And then there was a press above a hospital bed. I like paused for a second. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah. It's just like, no 6 feet by 8 feet wide hydraulic press. I mean, do you understand the engineering? Like how crazy big that fucking thing would be? Also, the whole thing too, you're keeping them
auto manufacturer level of
you're
scale.
You're keeping them alive through an IV drip. It's the problem is, it's funny enough, actually, when I was reading this, because I was kind of like, okay, this is where we're going. It was kind of the same critiques I had with that movie Longlegs, where it was like, you introduce an interesting
watch your mouth, watch your tone.
you introduce an interesting element through this investigation, right, of like a crime, but you really don't do anything that's earned through investigating it. The same thing with Longlegs, of like the person just drops off the code to be like, hey, here, decipher this now because it's time. It's the same thing of like, oh, the killer just kind of shows up to the detective and is like, hey, I have some leads, and it like nothing feels earned. And then it's just like the shock value aspect of it for the sake of shock value. And I think that's like the really integral part of like, if you do a kind of like detective kind of crime thriller, is you have to have like the fun stuff of the fun visuals, but then you need to have an interesting investigation, kind of like Seven or Silence of the Lambs, to where you're watching these reporters go through, or detectives really go through the ringer of unveiling these things that leads to a very finite, satisfying conclusion that also acts as like a character arc for them as well. It's just kind of the thing, which, to be fair, it's a short internet horror story. It is what it is. But I just think it's interesting because I do think that this could be done in a really sweet way. Maybe not pressing people into pancakes for just the sake of them being pancakes, but even just the idea of it's horrifying thinking people are being abducted and tortured for 20 years. That's like also disgusting.
What was the not safe for work tag on that? Like
I'm guessing it's the I'm guessing it's the very graphic detail of how they're pressed and stuff, because there was some elements of like mutilation and stuff. Nothing as crazy as we've seen, but I wonder if they're just being safer, like, you know, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, all in all, though, I want to say too, I think that you did a great job with the voice acting of that guy. Like a very shaky thing. I thought that you did a really good job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I figured might as well have fun with it, right? It got hard to keep that I really wanted to break when he was like,
I heard a couple times, and I was trying not to derail it either, but I was like, yeah, let's just keep the pace going. So I'm glad you didn't break. But no, I'm curious to see what people think too. I do think I like the first story a lot. I think that was the highlight of today. Besides, obviously, Eyeless Jack being very funny, but
Eyeless Jack was my highlight.
But I think like the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas is just a fun concept. It didn't go too far. I think that you could, like with that thing, it's like almost if it was a movie or something, that would be a really fun movie to watch. Something like that. Kind of, I don't know why, but it had elements of like The Bay, of like that, those like time unfolding in a way through footage that is found, like found footage. I could see the disappearance of Ashley, Kansas being something similar.
Yeah, I liked it. That was I think that was the best story we read today. But my favorite was Eyeless Jack.
Yeah. Oh, also, I just want to say too,
it was my kidney.
Just want to say, the last thing we recorded, we didn't know what our tickets were. Like the tour sold out like almost instantly. So we're looking forward to seeing all you guys. We got some fun stuff. I think
there's like 60 seats left across all four
I think across GA, but I don't know. I've been seeing people. I don't know. Even by this time, it could be totally, but it's basically sold out. So we appreciate you. I've been seeing people try to fucking do scalping tickets.
Incredibly cool.
Yes,
I'm blown away by that. Thank you guys very much.
Yes,
means a lot.
But until next time, y'all, we appreciate you. Stay very, very scared out there. And also be sure to send some stories or give us any stuff that you might want to. Welcome back to Creep TV. You know, I've been actually getting really excited with Creep TV stuff. It feels like walking into a classroom and you like see the TV stand. You're like, oh, yo, today we don't have to read. We get to just watch stuff.
But that's bold coming from you. You saying that you don't have to read. I think like 90% of the reading.
Okay, man. I still have to be one of the helpless students following along in case they get called on randomly. I have that kind of shiver down my spine. Which today we're talking about Midwest Angelica. I came across this. I forgot when I messaged you about this, but I was like, hey, this is really sick. But it's just a analog horror series on YouTube. By the channel Midwest Angelica, and they have a little description I thought was kind of fun. At the top it says, in the year 1999, a corpse descends from the cosmos right into your backyard. I thought that was kind of fun.
Midwest Angelica has been interesting to me. So like, I'm sure as most people who follow my stuff knows, I like cover a ton of this kind of like analog horror, you know, YouTube creepy stuff, whatever. But Midwest Angelica is one of the few series I know nothing about. Like, obviously, I feel like all the big ones I know, except Midwest Angelica. People have recommended it. A lot of people have asked for it. So yeah, it's a good suggestion because I'm going into it blind. There's not a lot of times I get to do that on this show, especially Creep TV, considering that's like my job, right? But yeah, I'm excited to actually view something new. It has been highly recommended. It's probably been recommended more in my live streams and things like that than really any other analog horror series as far as I can think of. That and maybe Channel 8, but that's all I could, or Vintage 8, but that's all I can think of.
I was going to say, I was even looking on on the subreddit, the analog horror subreddit thing. This really doesn't get there. It's on people make tier lists on there all the fucking time. Yeah. On the analog horror of like what's good. And I see it on there, but really it's more, it seems like people are really like, they talk a lot about like urban spooks. And they talk about that kind of stuff. And I still wonder how under the radar this is, because looking at it now, it came out about 2 years ago, and it's still going today, obviously. But in terms of like analog horror stuff, it's not super new, but it's not like a legacy kind of project, I guess, on YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see how it falls. I just know that I've only seen the first episode of this and it fucking rules, and I'm very, very excited to dive into all of it today.
So I actually haven't seen any of it, but I agree with you that like people talk about it highly. It doesn't get that many views, but everyone who has seen it is trying to get everyone else to watch it, which is a pretty good sign. Except for now. So I'm excited to try to get more eyes on it. Hopefully more people check it out after this. Of course, link to it will be in the description. Also, you briefly mentioned Urban Spook. Are you familiar with that series at all?
No, I mostly started just seeing it off of that subreddit, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll look at this. And I didn't look at any of the videos. I just looked at the thumbnails, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. And then you said that you talked about it, or that you've made a video on it as well.
I did.
So, because I had pitched that today, but since he's already done a video on it, which I know you did a video on Greylock too, but let's try to space it out and see if we can't watch something that we both haven't seen. And I think Midwest Angelica is going to be a fun ride.
I think so. We'll have to watch Urban Spook sometime. You'll love it.
I'm stoked. I want to see it. I love watching all of it. Also, I watched Longlegs last night.
Oh, I'm going to see that tonight. Don't say anything, but was it good?
Do you want me to give you my opinion, or do you just wait?
Just like how good you think it was. Nothing specific.
Just out of a rating?
Yeah.
6 out of 10.
Really?
6 out of 10.
That's kind of sad.
That's what I say.
That's kind of sad.
In terms of, you have to look at this stuff too. I always tell people, if you gave a movie a 5 out of 10, I don't think it applies the same way as, I don't know, School Papers. To me, a 5 out of 10 is like very average. It's a very middle of the road film, right? So to me, a 6 out of 10 is like, it was fine. It's a little bit, I thought, it had its good qualities. whatever. I'm not going to go into it anymore, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's not like it's the best fucking thing I've ever seen, but it's not like it was bad.
Okay. All right.
Whatever.
I want everyone. I've been staying away from the hype because everyone's like, it's the greatest thing that's ever.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
No, I do think the marketing for it was extremely brilliant, but I think
the marketing's great. Man, talk about a good campaign.
Yeah. No, it was very, very good. And like I said, I think that, like, I don't think you'll go into it and be like, oh, that was, what the hell even was that? I don't think it's going to be that, but I'm just curious. I'm curious to hear what you say.
Okay.
I could be wrong. You could be like, it was the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Who knows?
Well, I hope it is, and I hope you're just wrong. That's
okay, well, that's fine too. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Midwest Angelica. I'm already excited. I'm just looking at some of the episode titles, and I'm seeing a lot of biblical references. Babylon, Azazel. This is all up my alley, so I'm excited. But without further ado, are you ready to begin with Call Now?
Oh, I'm ready.
The thing you always do with these is you always check the description, right? Because descriptions almost always have something going on, right?
I had no idea. See, I saw you doing that last time. Do people like throw little clues into the descriptions all the time? I'm a mindless ape, and I'm like, click, don't read anything.
So the place they hide messages is the description and the closed captions.
Okay.
It says Midwest Angelica 000. The tape was discovered at the Oklahoma Cherokee site. It is believed that the footage, which depicts an advertisement on KMTV Channel 3, was recorded sometime between October 31st of 1991 and January the 1st of 1992. The product depicted in the advertisement, a film titled Midwest Angelica, has yet to be recovered. So,
okay.
Here we go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
1999. A corpse descends from the cosmos right into your backyard.
Hell yeah.
Ultimate in science fiction. An alien thriller.
I'm already
in. A threat unlike any other. This is the Midwest Angelica.
Let's go.
Dude,
the music,
that
the vibe.
music is so hype. What the
Let's
fuck?
go.
A twister of biblical proportions. Don't hesitate.
Dude, I'm popping my pussy right now.
Call within the next 50.
Dude, I wish this shit was real. I wish there was a tape.
There might be.
I wish there was a tape, man.
Mandela Catalog has a physical tape you can get. So, I mean, it might be out there.
So, yeah, little. Right. And I like the little, like, just that being your channel trailer. That's fun.
Yeah, yeah. There was, for one, the music went hard, as discussed, but did you see this thing?
Yeah, the arm.
Yeah, the arm. Okay.
I just want to say I love
That's so cool.
The grain too, with that kind of like chrome sunset or yeah, basically like a little sunset kind of thing. Such a
plus there's like the constant fuzz, like the really loud like the audio mess up. Yeah,
it's like
feels
like
very authentic.
The audio gain is really up high. It's like nice deal. Which that tentacle did look very Lovecraftian.
Thank you. There we go. There's the first part of the bingo card.
Thank you. Bingo it up. Bingo it up,
something
bitch.
Up to the camera. Anyway. Well, aesthetically, I'm already in. Obviously, not a lot to go off of story-wise yet, but man, what a setup.
Well, we know that it's about an alien of some kind dropping into Earth. But I tell you what, like I said, dude, I mean, my little clam burger was slapping together, dancing. I was popping it out there.
I was into that one. That went hard.
Oh, dude.
That was so good.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm already sold. I'm already into it. So let's just get into the next one. All right. Already a lot. Let's read the description first. So it is believed that the tape was created from sometime between April and July of 1999. However, the tape depicts footage originating as early back as 1985. It is thought that the tape was used internally at home and NASA for assessment of the circumstances surrounding AZ-001. The tape was discovered within the Grand Forks and Technical College rubble. Oh, okay. That's not good.
No.
So home, whatever home is, which I think we're going to find out here, and NASA used this surrounding something called the AZ-001, and it was found in the rubble of Grand Forks Technical College. Okay, interesting.
The following presentation is property of home and is not to be distributed.
By the way, Alex Kister, the creator of the Mandela Catalog, commented on this video and said, "These are the best, most authentic visuals I've ever seen in analog horror. It's criminal that this doesn't have more attention." So that's mighty high praise for this episode we're about to watch.
Mighty high praise.
That's mighty fine attention if I do say so myself. If I do possibly present myself as such.
Around April of this year, we picked up an anomalous biosignature around Jupiter's orbit. The object, which we've codenamed AZ001, appears to be 66.3 kilometers in diameter. We still need more data to prove if life is indeed thriving on this object.
Can I say American brain here? How big is 66 kilometers?
It's like 40 miles, I think.
So the AZ001 is 40 miles long. It's that big.
Yeah. Maybe like 35, somewhere around there.
35 to 40 miles. That's crazy. So it's a giant, like literally Jack and the Beanstalk fucking giant floating around in space.
Bigger than that. I mean, visualize in your head something 44 miles from
I guess
you.
that's true. That's huge.
That's how tall it is, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
All biosignature scans taken between June and September of 1985.
It's 41 miles to be exact.
41 miles.
Yep.
I'm just writing this down.
Man, that's big. No wonder this thing like made an impact. I wonder if it's supposed to be wormwood or something.
If it's supposed to be what?
Wormwood. It's this in the Book of Revelations. It talks about a meteor that will hit the Earth, and it describes it says its name is wormwood.
That's not a very fun name for a fucking doomsday asteroid. Wormwood.
It's there's significance with the name related to Old Testament prophecy and stuff like that. Like it's very, very biblical, you know.
I see. Well, yeah. I just wouldn't mind, like, I don't know, Titan. Something weird like that, right?
Sure, yeah. You know what? You take it up with God.
Yeah, well, I'm going to shake my fist at the sky. I'm going to say,
Get better names, you son of a bitch!
is what I'm going to say outside.
We believe that it will reach the vicinity of Earth's orbit by the year 1999.